Very true.
Can we all come to order? And please silence your cell phones. Thank you. And if you do have to answer a call, something you're expecting a special call or something, please walk outside and after you answer it and carry on your conversation outside. So, who would like to volunteer to do the Pledge of Allegiance tonight? Dan?
Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we go to public participation, I would like everyone to introduce themselves. I know we have people from agencies and besides private citizens and also employees tonight. So if we could start with Mark in the back row.
I'm Mark Dale. Tanya, my wife and I, we are the CR consultants for the district.
Jim Passanese, Treatment Superintendent.
Wally Schmidt.
Neil Eslow, Assistant Engineer. Jeff Gordon from AECOM.
Joe Wong from AECOM.
Doug Barber, Regional Board.
Jeremy Pagan with the Regional Board.
Into the front row.
Marshall Eagle Citizen.
Bob Dickinson. Bob Owens.
Thank you all. And our newspaper man.
Eli Stillman, Paradise Post.
Yeah, thank you, Eli. All the rest of us have name tags in front of us if you're curious of who we are. I think they're all in the right place and have been so far. Public participation.
Mr. President, we need to do roll call.
Roll call. I always forget that and think it's such an odd thing to do. Roll call. Okay.
Director Dan Whitland.
Here.
Director Ann Rice.
Here.
Director Mark Solik.
Here.
Vice President Cliff Jacobson.
Here.
President Bill Keller.
Here. Now, public participation. Individuals will be given an opportunity to address the board regarding matters not scheduled on the agenda, although the board cannot take action on any matter not on the agenda. Comments will be limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Opportunity for public comment on agenda items will be provided at the time they are discussed by the board, with comments limited to 5 minutes per agenda item. Now, I also need each of you, as you come up to the podium tonight, to introduce yourself, your name, if resident of Paradise, and possibly, if you know your division, there's a map right behind you, Wally, and we'll tell you what division you might be in. So the board secretary will be able to get the full name and everything, and everybody be treated the same way. Some of you I know on first name basis and all that, like Wally, but I can't never remember your last name exactly. I'll mispronounce it if I do give it. So, Wally, you want to be the first one?
Sure. Wally Schmidt, Pence Road, Division 3. Just a reflection on last month's meeting. I was pleased to see some very knowledgeable discussion on the part of the board at the February 15 meeting. Knowledge is a wonderful thing, a valuable resource, and a real asset to this board and to the ratepayers. Actually, one of my concerns regarding the recall was that it defeated overlapping terms of the directors. There is, however, an even more valuable asset, a much rarer asset. If knowledge is silver, then wisdom is gold. Wisdom is knowledge that has been refined and tempered by experience. It's a key element in leadership. I think I saw some flecks of gold in the meeting of the 15th. Please, on behalf of us lowly ratepayers, don't become so distracted by the silver that you lose sight of the gold.
Thank you, Ollie.
Thank you.
Anybody else would like to comment this evening on items not on the agenda? Okay. I'm going to change the order on new business. I'm going to put constructed wetlands first, and then we'll follow the rest of them in order. It's one of the few privileges the president of the board has.
Here? So he's going to change the order and what? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Busy turning my monitor on. You're going to change the order?
I'm going to change the order. I'm going to put wetlands first, which was C, and then as soon as that's over, we'll go right back to the original order.
Okay, thank you.
This is titled Wetlands and Etc. Financial well-being, we are going broke, spending over $1.4 million on plans with no action. Alternatives, wetlands, iron, fountains, waterfalls, settling basins, renewing NPDES permit, using Magalia Reservoir as a big surge tank are all alternatives we have not been fairly considered. These types of alternatives approaches need basic information from soil, water tests, climate data, water flows, tests of the water coming into the water treatment plant from the bypass, Paradise Lake, and pumping from Magalia Reservoir. Soil tests around existing ponds in Magalia Reservoir. If some of these tests are available, I'd like to know about them. I've never had them presented since I've been on the board. Now, at last month's board meeting, or 2 weeks ago, we set up a new committee, an ad hoc committee, to study on the water treatment plant and so forth. And I hope this committee will be able to do their job, and maybe next in the regular board meeting we can possibly even give them a small budget items for they can look into these following the tests that I mentioned up above. The goals of this district should be making district financially solvent. That's the prime responsibility as directors. We're not in case on anything else. We set policy and George does the day-to-day running of the district. But our main responsibility as directors is financial responsibility. So we should try to make a goal of making us financially solvent. Building rainy day reserve. More water rates increases are coming out of the water rate increase that was recently passed. There's going to be 2 more raises. Is that right, George? One more. Okay. And so we are headed for more higher water bills. And from my opinion, most of this money is, or quite a bit of it has been diverted to the plans we're going to review tonight. Now, we've lost the top rating for bonds recently. We had a period last fall where we had trouble meeting payroll. And our financial manager was able to pull money from other things. He told us that that money would be made up by now. Has money been put back?
We're building our reserves up.
I'm sorry?
We're building our reserves currently, yeah. So money is being reserved currently based on our water rate increase.
Did we replace the money we took out of other funds?
There never was a shift of funds. It was just that the funds were getting low, and we were taking investments that were maturing and putting them into liquid cash. That was mostly what was happening. So our investments that were coming due were then not reinvested in investments. They were just put in liquid cash to make sure we had enough liquid cash to make our day-to-day operations.
Thanks, Kevin. Now, several months now, we've had a shortfall on our budget for income in the district. So we need to review alternatives, look at them seriously, spend a little bit of money on tests and so forth to see what we might possibly do. It may turn out we won't be able to do anything else, but we haven't really given it a fair chance. And I would like to see us do that and renew our NPDES permit to operate within our income. The NPDES permit is something that the goal of the project, one of the projects we're going to review tonight, is the recycling project. If you have any questions or comments about what I just talked about, you're welcome to make them. If not, we'll move on to George's presentation. So nobody has anything to say?
I was wondering
Yes, Ann?
if we could have a copy of that, what you just read, exploring the alternatives, because I don't know if I'll be able to remember every word you said.
Okay, I'll type up a copy and see that you get it.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That'd be great, Bill.
So, hearing none, it's George wants to talk first about the Butte Reservoir Design Project, presentation and update of the proposed Butte Reservoir Design Project. Action may be taken.
Thank you. I'll just start with a picture. That's our Butte Reservoir, and the reason it's got on the SRF funding list is because the state of California drinking water side would like to see all reservoirs of this type replaced. It's not a rule or a law, it's their preference. So what that picture you're seeing is a hole in the ground. It's got a wall, a built-up earth and rock wall on one side. It's got a liner on the bottom. It's got a floating cover. We replaced that liner and cover about 7 or 8 years ago, I believe. Maybe even a little longer than that. Pardon?
I believe 2005.
2005. Okay, thank you. So it's time flies. Those covers have a useful life. So what you're looking at today is a decision to move forward with SRF funding for the design portion of this project. So that design portion would involve evaluating the current storage capacity. It would involve looking at our A-zone pumping and its impact on the Butte Reservoir, and ultimately result in a design. I can tell you that we could probably replace that cover for about the same amount of money as it's going to cost to do this work. But keep in mind that before we replaced it, it was getting brittle and having problems. People were throwing rocks over the beams and it would tear a hole in it, and then it's subject to contamination from rainwater, dirt, etc. We have a security beam around that's helped a lot. It's my understanding before we had that, we had a deer that went in there and slashed around and tore it to pieces. So it's not your most secure facility. So you as a board, this is your direction and as which way we want to head. The ultimate cost of a rebuild's probably going to be to the tune of $5 million, which is what we have SRF approval for. It could be a new concrete tank. It could be a design that puts a hard roof over the top for security purposes and keeping the rainfall off. There's multiple options that will be explored through this process, hopefully to find the least cost alternative. But at the end of the day, all of our drinking water currently flows through that reservoir for the entire town. So it's a pretty important facility. It's functioning now, and we're looking at staff at direction from the board before we start involve state revolving fund staff and getting the thing kicked off and sending out requests for proposals for engineering firms. We wanted you as the new board to give us a direction on how you would like us to proceed. I'll answer any questions.
Well, anybody have a question? Yes, Mark.
Question, George. In the, I guess it's the scope of work, you're talking about system-wide hydraulics, so we'll get an assessment of the entire system. Is that correct, or is that just for the B zone?
It will, based on budget, it'll likely focus on the B zone and the impacts to B zone. It'll spread out because C tank, which is down below it, and it's how it acts, has a direct impact on the B-res and its functionality. Something else I didn't point out is because it feeds A-zone pumping, we don't have a lot of flexibility in the level of that reservoir. So while it's 3+ million gallons, it's not a full usable amount. And so that will be part of the hydraulic analysis because there's not a lot of fall between the treatment plant and this location.
Thank you. Great.
Dan, do you have a question?
If we were to have something designed and then chose to put it on hold at the end of the design until such time as we, because of the NPDES and short terms from DWR on that and so on, how long could something like that potentially sit? Of course, it's maybe not going to be known if you were to design something, meet state approvals, put it on hold for 2 or 3 years while you completed some kind of other alternative project, and then came back to it. What are the chances of it having to be changed?
Well, I think you're mostly exposed to code changes, building code changes and engineering design changes. As far as the funding goes, it's our understanding, SRF, we've been approved for the planning.
Pre-approved.
So that doesn't require us to go to the next stage. If we moved into design, then that planning money sits and we still don't have to start paying it back until the entire project's done. But if you do put it on hold, you're likely to start having to pay that initial borrowing back. You also have some risk of falling off the SRF funding list. So you've got an interest risk there.
And that was going to be my next question, is how long would that be on standby? It's not something that they say you got 5 years to tap into it or something like that. They don't put a term on it, or at least it would be a shorter term, not a long one.
I kind of lost
well, you
as
said
far
that
as would be on the list.
Correct, yeah.
I
You
don't have
know.
a solid answer for that.
Yeah.
And I just want to make it clear, this is pre-design phase, not design. This is the pre-design phase, this money.
Well, for $270,000 for the design, it better include the design.
It actually includes design.
Oh, it does? Oh, thank you. I saw pre-design, so that's where I went. My question is, the figures in this on our iPad page 10 are a little bit different from when we originally, I guess the board originally discussed this in May. And it seems like a couple of the tasks have been removed. So I'm wondering, do we still need the full $500,000, or is it an automatic increment of $500,000 that we get this fund?
Well, keep in mind when you do SRF funding, it's not like a normal borrowing. So the $500,000 is the cap. So if we get when we send out the RFP and we get proposals from engineering firms, we can narrow it down and actually expend less and borrow less. So
it may be that it might be $430,000.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, there's no
commitment
we've borrowed
to do the whole much.
This $500. Okay, thank you. And just for my 2 cents, that Site B is what I would consider a raw water reservoir. So I'm all for getting this thing done.
Any other board members have any questions?
I think I'll make a motion that,
Oh, okay. I thought you'd open it up to the floor first.
I'll make a motion that we approve the request for the proposal work to be done for the SRF funding agreement.
I second it.
Now we'll go to public comment, and we'll come back to the board. Anybody in the public want to comment about this project? Any of the employees want to comment about the project? Bob?
Just rather be all the way there. We're going to go on to a bid?
Yes.
More than one bid?
Well, you get up and ask. That's what you're here for. You can talk. You have to do the same introduction program.
Bob Dickinson. Question on this project and the following ones is the need for a bid process rather than just handing it over to one particular firm.
Correct. It is for proposals for the work identified.
Yeah.
It will go out to bid.
Yeah, right. Request for proposals was included in his.
Correct.
Yeah, RFP, request for proposal. So yes, it will. We are all pretty much committed to that, I think.
Yep.
Thanks, Bob.
Please introduce yourself.
Marcia McGill, Division 3. I'm happy to hear that there will be additional proposals instead of just one. I'm wondering how many. I realize the process will begin, but are you perhaps thinking 2 or 3 or 5, or how thorough will this be?
Do you want to explain how the process works?
So we'll put together an RFP. We will reach out to engineering firms that are capable and that we know can handle this type of work. There'll probably be 5 or 6 to 8 of those at least. We'll also put it on our website and notice it there. And many of the firms that we may not be aware of do have companies that check for these types of things. So we won't limit it to a certain amount of people proposing. There'll be a deadline and they'll have to address that.
I just want to state that once I became aware of the situation of PID, I would be very pleased about that. If there are salary issues, then it always makes me wonder about the budget. So I appreciate the work that the new board has in front of them, and I'm staying an active participant, and a lot of us are really paying attention, so we appreciate your dedication.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments in the public? We'll go back to the directors, and I want to ask a question. I can remember the overhaul and voting for it and everything in 2005. At the time, I remember also that there was something like a 20-year lifespan to it. And so if I do my math, let's see how good I am. If we take 5 away from 17, that's 12 years. Do we have... so we should have more time on it. And the other thing that I've been concerned with is why haven't we had somebody actually, not on the staff, but an outside consultant come in and look at the condition of this reservoir and see what kind of condition the top is in, give an estimate of how long it will last or not, or maybe they'll say, well, geez, we should have replaced it last week. But an outside consultant to look at it, to judge whether we need to make this type of an investment in it right now. And just from like my little talk beforehand, I'm concerned about the financial standards. So, George?
Well, we haven't had a consultant do that. I'd be shocked if you found an engineering consultant that would look at that and understand drinking water and how to protect it to say it's okay. You could probably bring in the contractor or the folks that furnished the last cover. They could come look at it and give us an idea of useful life. But we are in year 12. It's probably going to take another year for design, and we're not trying to rush this through, but it's planning ahead, it's getting prepared, and it's moving forward. So,
Bill, I'm not sure how many of you have looked at it recently, but Mark and I went up and looked at it with George. And you can tell that ultraviolet just breaks down rubber, plastic, whatever. And I kind of think it would last a few more years. But you can tell also that it is breaking down slowly. Doesn't look real great. But that's one of the reasons I asked earlier about what if we chose to kind of sit on it for another year or two, what's going to happen financially? Because we got to be careful, yes, with our money, because this $500,000 and then more hundreds of thousands out for alternative studies and so on. We do need to be careful. So.
Okay. Any more director comments?
I think for me, Bill, like George said, we can't wait until the last minute. We've been accused of that in the past, and we need to be a little more proactive now and look forward a little more. And so forecasting that it might take us 2 years to get this job done, and then you're looking at 14, 15 years worth of life. And I think that the quality of the drinking water has got to be the most important thing. And so that safety there is I think weighs a little heavier than squeezing a few dollars in it. So that's my opinion on it.
I too am concerned about water quality in this tank, and it's basically just a plastic liner with a floating cover. And also because of the hydraulics, we're not allowed to use the full volume of it. And it may be that we may be able to replace it, I understand from George, with a smaller tank and still maintain our fire flows and everything.
Yeah, part of that hydraulic evaluation is looking at A-zone and where it's currently pumped from and the A-zone relocation project. So that project may end up allowing us to have a smaller tank. It also, we would be working with whoever was selected to justify that expense as part of this SRF funding, because we don't want to lose sight of the fact that SRF funding's at 1.75% now, and that could add up to a lot of money if you wait down the road and those interest rates continue to rise, because I think we've seen the bottom.
Yeah, it's only going up now.
So George, that's locked in. That 1.36 is locked in.
No, it's just what the current one is. Actually, I think it might be locked in for the
500.
For the 500.
Yeah,
that's
but
what
it
I'm
won't be
asking.
locked in for the construction side. The other advantage of SRF is that you don't pay any interest during construction or 18 months after, and there's no deferred interest cost. So it's not like that interest is adding up and then you pay it.
Oh, right.
It's interest-free for that period of time. And then if you go into construction before the 18 months of design is up, you're still then interest-free through the construction portion, and then interest-free 18 months after the construction. So
can I get one of those loans? That's
there's a long lag time there between.
That's a pretty good deal. Yeah.
Between actually borrowing and then paying.
Okay, thank you.
And if I understand these types of loans, it can only be used for what it was borrowed for.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there any effect on these funds from the emergencies we're experiencing through the state on water damage, levees broke, and Oroville Dam, and so forth, where the state's having to pull millions of dollars in to pay for this?
I have not heard that. I haven't heard anything along those lines yet.
Any more comment? Anybody else in the public want to say something now that they've heard from the board? Niels? Niels is on the staff. What's your title? Junior engineer or
assistant engineer?
Assistant engineer. Okay.
I just wanted to bring to the board's attention one facet of this project that links into the next project you're going to talk about, which is the process water recycle project. There's a small component of that overall project which is dealing with how water is produced for use in the plant. And the in-plant pumping hydraulics have a direct impact on B reservoir and vice versa. So one of the small components that you may be weighing later on as you hear about that project have to do with how B reservoir functions, and they have to do with that kind of dead zone that's currently at the bottom of it, which we can't access, because if we draw the water level in B-res too low, we lose the ability to produce plant water, which then can compromise the entire process of treatment at the treatment plant. So I just wanted to bring that up so you'll be able to consider that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Neil.
Thanks, Neil.
Is there anyone else who has a thought or something? I would like to, in here it says, I move approval to direct staff to issue a request for a proposal for the work identified in the SRF funding agreement. Yet the motion was different from that. What was your motion, please?
No, that was my motion. That's what I read. I move approval to direct staff to issue a request for proposals for the work identified in the SRF funding agreement.
And you want to make sure there's 3 or more bids?
Absolutely.
Did you put that in your thing?
It's not necessary.
It's a given, I think.
It's not necessary.
Yeah.
We did $1,200,000 contract here
Just
with
remember-
no bids.
That was
Just
the other
remember,
thing.
the bids are going to come back to you guys before we are able
Yeah,
to do anything.
you're going to see it anyway.
So all we're doing is we're issuing a request. Once the bids come back, then they'll come to the board for actual approval.
Basically, I believe we're just approving them to go forward to get bids.
To go
for us
forward,
review.
yeah.
Okay. Anybody on the board want to say anything more? Anybody want to call for the question?
Call the question?
Question.
Question, that's for voting. Would you poll the board, please?
Director Wetland,
Aye.
Director Rice,
Aye.
Director Sola,
Aye.
Vice President Jacobson,
Yes.
President Kellogg,
Yes.
The ayes have it, the yeses lose, so.
Yeah, I
Just-
often do that. I
just-
say
just
present
kidding.
sometimes, too, when they do a roll call. I don't even think about it when I do it.
You ready for process water? Our main event tonight?
Yep, biggie.
Well, I'll do a short introduction. You know, tonight's all about giving you folks an opportunity to hear from all facets of this project and ask your questions of the key players without having to try and filter it through staff. We've given you tons of information to review, and I appreciate your efforts along those lines, reviewing all that, because it was a lot.
Yes.
So I'll just kick it off with starting with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. They've got a presentation to kind of give you an idea of where we stand, where we're headed, from their side of the viewpoint, and certainly be able to answer any questions that you guys have.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Doug Barber. I'm a water resource control engineer with the Regional Water Quality Control Board.
You're George's brother? Or?
I have no relation to him. That is mere coincidental. Oh, perfect. Okay, there's my introduction. So I want to thank you, Mr. Kellogg, and members of the board, George, and everyone else for allowing us to come here and talk. This is a pretty important issue, and I'm glad to come and provide some background information from the regulatory perspective. So I appreciate that. Starting off, just an overview of what I wanted to talk about tonight is that regarding the NPDES permit, the effluent limits, the current NPDES permit and effluent limits that the PID water treatment plant has with regarding discharge to Magalia Reservoir, the current time schedule order that's in place, and I'll get into what these things are for everyone that's new to the board, the regulatory timeline, and then also permit renewal process for as a potential fork in the road and a path forward. So as I stated, I'm with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. There are 9 regions within the state. The Central Valley region, we make up the biggest portion right in the middle, as you can see. PID is regulated out of the Reading office, and I am currently the case handler for PID, and I appreciate that. It's fun. Now, what we're looking at in terms of NPDES, if those of you are not aware of, it's the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. This is a federal program put on by the Clean Water Act, and the state is given charge by the federal government. So this is a federal program that the state is regulating. So I wanted to make that pretty clear. And we're regulating the discharges to surface water. And we do that by issuing permits and having monitoring programs. The permits are renewed every 5 years, typically, and I'll get into that a little bit more. And we implement enforcement actions as needed. And some of these enforcement actions can have financial repercussions. Now, one of the main mechanisms of the NPDES program is the effluent limits. So, as you can see here, It's how we're able to control some of the discharges that go into the surface waters. And because mainly we want to protect our surface waters and groundwater. Those are the two things that the Water Quality Control Board is overseeing, both surface water and groundwater. And as you're aware, discharge point is Magalia Reservoir, so that's the surface water in question that we're looking at. Yes, sir.
We have the bypass pipeline installed for several years now, and we bypass the Magalia Reservoir to a tank in the water treatment plant. Are you aware of that?
You discharge water to a bypass tank.
Pipeline to the water treatment plant. The bypass goes around Magalia Reservoir.
So let me back up. The discharge is of the treated. It's the filter backwash water that goes to some ponds that are up above the plant. That water, as needed, will then discharge, and I'm looking at some of the others to make sure I'm on the right page, is then getting discharged down to the Magalia Reservoir. So it's not necessarily coming from a tank. This is coming from the two ponds.
Yeah,
that's correct.
This is a very, very bad photo that's showing up here, but here's the main process plant, and the ponds are up in this general vicinity.
So, due right of the lake.
Correct.
Yeah, there they are.
Right
there. Yeah.
Very good, Kevin.
Does that clarify things a little bit?
Yeah,
Okay.
It slipped my mind that you were talking about the reservoir, but the water treatment samples are actually taken in those ponds.
Correct. Yes. So the current permit, again, is we're talking about the settled backwash wastewater. Wastewater, not sanitary wastewater, but this is the wastewater, the industrial type wastewater that comes from the water treatment plant. So as Mr. Sulik knows, this is not municipal wastewater. PID's permit came in effect in 2010. This has been more than 5 years, but I'm going to get into why we're more than 5 years along. These are typically renewed every 5 years. The permit includes, but not limited to, flow, pH settlable solids, suspended solids, chlorine, toxicity, aluminum dichlorobromomethane, which is a mouthful. So from here on, I'm going to say that, or DCBM. It's much easier to say. Those two are highlighted for a specific reason, and that is because there is a time schedule order that was in place. Now, what that is that the regional board knew that the district was not going to be able to comply with the final effluent limits that were generated in 2010. The final limits were pretty stringent. Knowing full well that the PID wasn't going to be able to comply with those limits, a time schedule order was established. And this gives some, does not replace the final limits. These are interim limits, so I want to make that pretty clear. The final limits are still there. What this does, it establishes a compliance schedule so that there's time to comply to meet the final limits. It puts in place interim limits that offers protection for some enforcement penalties that could take place. These are called mandatory minimum penalties, and these are things that if you typically exceed your final limits, you will have these mandatory minimum penalties. So this provides protection from those by increasing the limit for a temporary timeline.
Could I ask you before you're done to, and I apologize for interrupting you, but we'd like you to speak a little bit to the final limits versus the interim limits and the change in what the final limits could be if we go down the path of periodic injection into the Magalia Reservoir and not ongoing.
I will touch on that. It does involve some data analysis, which has not yet been performed because we have not started the renewal process. So there's a data analysis component to that that has to be looked at. There are so I can't give you a number as to what.
Right, but the reason I bring that up is that if we're going to be talking about a decision of whether to go forward with Plan A or Plan B, I'd like all of the board members to understand the two different directions, how they would react, based on which way we went, how you would react with that.
Right, and if I don't address that clearly, can you please point that out again?
Yes, I will.
I thank you. I appreciate that.
You bet.
line here I just want to point out is that it says that will offers some protection from enforcement actions while working towards compliance. Now, the district has been absolutely working towards compliance, moving towards various projects and looking at alternatives. So it's if there's a do-nothing period, that's not the best place to be. So if we can keep moving forward and having some forward action, that's best from the state's point of view. This is the same slide that we showed last year at this time, and it shows data from 2011 through 2016 for aluminum. So this is the discharge of aluminum from the plant to the reservoir that we receive for monitoring purposes. What you have on the y-axis here is aluminum concentration in the terms of micrograms per liter. Again, this is concentration. Along the x-axis, this is the beginning of every year, starting with January 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, into 2016. What this yellow line is showing is the current final effluent limit from the maximum daily perspective. So the maximum daily final effluent limit is 123 micrograms per liter. And you can see that a lot of these values are above. Now, the current interim limit, because you have a time schedule order, is 790 micrograms per liter. So the far majority of the time, we've been below that interim. However, the current final limit is 123. And all this information is within the documents of the NPDES permit and the time schedule order that can be available online through the state. Similarly, the other pollutant that we're talking about.
Doug, sorry about that. Where is the point of measurement? I'm going to have the same question for the next slide, too. Point of measurement for
the compliance point.
Yes.
The compliance point here is the samples are taken from the ponds, at the ponds. I'm going to make sure I verify that. That is the current compliance point, and that, if something moves forward, I think we would need to look at that or have a discussion about that.
This also goes into what we were talking about when we met with you up in Reading about the background levels in the full body of water versus the area we're pulling from, correct?
That's correct. So I just want to, we're kind of putting a cart before the horse, but it's worth talking about now is that aluminum is a very abundant mineral within the earth from the atmosphere, water, and everywhere. So it's very abundant. Depending on what the concentrations are in the reservoir, this is something that would be talked about regarding the assimilative capacity within the reservoir, if the reservoir can take on additional
background level.
So that's something when we look into, and I'm going to want to talk about this more a little bit later as some of the other tools that you can look at when you develop a report of waste discharge. And that's actually like my last slide, which isn't far away. But again, good point.
Okay.
And if I don't hit that one again, please speak up.
We won't let you forget.
I appreciate that. Now again, from the similar compliance point, so the similar monitoring point is the DCBM. This has a maximum daily final effluent limit per the 2010 permit of 1.1 microgram per liter. So here are DCBM concentrations along the y-axis, time along the x-axis.
What's our interim level right now?
Is 3.0. There have been some exceedances here and there with above the 3.0, which automatically triggers a mandatory minimum penalty, which is $3,000 per incident.
It's 3.
Now, I do want to say again that these are concentrations and these are not mass-based limits. So this is not mass per day, mass per month, mass per unit time. This is a concentration per volume. And that's how these effluent limits are derived and enforced. Now, one of the more complicated slides that we're going to go through, you can spend your time kind of looking at this, is the current regulatory timeline based on the actions taken in the past, the actions currently on board. So as I stated before, is that the permit was adopted in 2010, and that got the ball rolling with final effluent limits, which we knew some of them could not be achieved with regards to aluminum. So there was interim aluminum limits put into the permit. At the same time, a time schedule order was developed for DCBM to give interim limits. That starts a process for a schedule to achieve compliance, a time schedule, a compliance schedule, I apologize. So way back in 2011, formal decision for compliance was required, and then there was a lot of time for alternative analysis, and this is not a simple matter. We come all the way to 2015 now. A time schedule order is only valid can only be provided at 5-year blocks. So from 2010 to 2015, ran out of time with those interim limits. So the regional board provided additional time to achieve final compliance. So in 2015, the time schedule order was amended. It modified the schedule. It updated the interim limits to what they are right now. I don't remember originally what aluminum was, but I believe that got increased. So per that 2015 time schedule order, the dates that are in that time schedule order are the ones that the regulatory agency, the regional board, is what we're looking at. And the big one that we're looking at is January of 2018, which is full compliance with the final effluent limits of the permit. So that's the date that is very important. All dates that we have in the order are important, but that one is coming up extremely quickly. And there may be avenues for getting an extension of time, but there are legal reasons, and I want to say it's within the code. We cannot exceed more than 10 years outside of the permit. So as I looked at it, based on you're limited by DCBM, from what I believe, legally cannot provide more than 2 years additional time for DCBM, and there's time above that for aluminum. And the reason for that is because one was put in the permit and one was put in a time schedule order. This is all laid out in the water code with regards to additional time inside or outside of permit. It gets into a little bit more of legalese after that point. So again, 2018 is one of the final dates that we have there. Now, if compliance is not met at 2018, additional time is not provided at that time, you run into the point of having out of compliance and potential mandatory minimum penalties. Those, I said before, are $3,000 per qualifying violation. Discretionary penalties are, as the name says, they're more discretionary, up to $10,000 per day, $10 per gallon of wastewater discharge, and then that is also open to third-party liability, which is stated as we're not involved in that. Now, the permits are often renewed every 5 years. Okay, and this is a federal program that the state is enacting on. The EPA is under the understanding right now that this permit, as we all intended, was going to be rescinded, and that was the plan, to have no more discharge. So extending the current pathway much further, the EPA, federal EPA, may not agree on that and may require us to renew the permit because it's been, we're years beyond our 5-year extension. Currently, it's administratively extended by the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and the EPA is okay with that, the federal EPA, because ultimately the plan was to rescind it. If there's additional time on that, the EPA may say to us, as the state, to go ahead and renew this permit, and we'll need to renew it, and we'll go forward with that process. The other option is as the district, if there's like a fork in the road and you want to look into renewing the permit, there's a series of steps that needs to take place. And this is a very simple bulleted item of what needs to take place. But the first one needs to be that the district needs to develop and submit to the state a report of waste discharge. Sometimes people call it the ROWD. So once we receive this report of waste discharge, which will include the basic forms and formally requesting the permit to be renewed. Could include other studies that providing justification, whether it be a mixing zone study, if we believe there's enough a mixing zone for dilution credits for some of these constituents, some metal studies. There are provisions within the permit that can be looked at with a little bit more investigation that may be of benefit or not with regards to the final effluent limits. Once a report of waste discharge is submitted to the state, then we know this is a reality. Sometimes there's a lot of talk, but until we see it on our desk, then we know it's absolutely a reality. We will review the report and the studies and go full on with our full data analysis, doing statistical review to develop the effluent limits. And these are relatively thick, beefy permits, 100 plus pages of lots of regulatory actions in them. They take a long time to do. Once that's done, we develop our tentative permit, and that goes out for public comment. Anyone can comment on this. So for 30 days, there'll be a public comment, and then ultimately, the Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region, which is a 7-person board right now, they will take the matter and adopt the order. And that's the final adoption, which is by the Central Valley Water Board adoption process. So it has to go through this public comment period beforehand, and comments need to be addressed and responded to, and potentially a presentation if there's any other questions on it. But until it gets passed by the board, that's when it's adopted, and then it'll become effective after that date. This process is pretty lengthy, and it could take upwards of a year. From the time that we receive the report of waste discharge, it could take upward of a year. The shortest could be about 6 months. Depends on how intricate things are, if there's some back and forth with regard to the report of waste discharge. If we receive the report of waste discharge and we need some more data, it's not complete, well, there could be some back and forth. But for, including as an engineer, provide a conservative number, about a year in time. So with that, if you have any questions, I don't think I addressed your first topic very well.
I've got a number of questions, actually.
Yes.
So just for clarification so that the rest of the board understands, the DCBM, if we continue down this road of asking for a permit renewal, the DCBM limits us to 2020, and by then we have to meet your maximum contaminant levels for discharge back into Magalia Reservoir, correct?
Not necessarily the maximum contaminant level. So that's just getting into terminology here. The effluent limits could be utilizing certain criteria, which could be a maximum contaminant level.
Well, and I was going to get into that in a second, but I mean,
details.
just at the end of the day, what you're saying is that the dichlorobromomethane discharge has to meet your final permit levels, whatever they are, by 2020 at the latest.
If we extend the TSO,
right?
correct.
Because then it would be only 2 years past the 2018,
Absolutely
so 2020
correct.
we'd have to meet that. But the aluminum doesn't have that limitation. It's just the chlorine byproduct, correct?
From the way I read this and read the water code, that there's additional time. It appears to be 7 years to achieve the final limits for aluminum.
So if we decided to go that way, then if first of all, what I think we all need to understand too is that by going with the recycle program and eliminating discharge back into Magalia Reservoir, we eliminate having to deal with you altogether.
Yes.
Okay, that's
the dream.
Correct. However, not having that kind of money to spend, we need to look at the alternative. So for us to tonight decide what that alternative should be, I want everybody to be clear on what our obligations are going forward. And so when we spoke up in Reading, we spoke of two things. We spoke of the interim level
of both DCBM and the aluminum that we discharged back into Magalia Reservoir, and then we spoke of what the final permit levels would be. And we all agreed, I think, that we, with the current technology, could not achieve the final permit levels for the aluminum.
The 2010 final effluent limits.
Correct. If they were the final limits, the interim limits are more, they're more lax, and we can meet those with some incursions out of it, because I noticed we got one that was 800, 3 that were 6, 3 that were 400, and 10 of them were greater than 300, but for the most part, we were below the 700 that you gave us. So if we're looking at that, for example, we talked about how if we did not discharge daily, but that we came up with a plan where we didn't eliminate discharging into Magalia, but we limited the total time annually that we would discharge based on the fact that without going the full route of the entire system, we could possibly get the water clean enough to recycle it into our headwater and thereby eliminate dealing with you other than, and your company, I mean your organization, other than a couple months out of the year, maybe during the rainy season. And when we talked about that, you talked about that if we were only discharging a portion of the year, that there might be some other calculations that you could do that would allow us that latitude that would be somewhere in between the final levels and the interim levels that we might be able to achieve. And you talked about a different way of calculating that. Maybe you could explain that a little bit.
So depending on the report of waste discharge that's submitted to us, if there's justification that there's a seasonality, that maybe there's a simulative capacity and there could be based on a whatever seasonal condition that may be, that there is that possibility, not exactly as you state, an NPDES, if you are discharging into a surface water, you do need an NPDES permit.
Correct.
Because otherwise you'd be in violation of the water code. But the limits, that's what I was stating as before, is I can't give you a number as to what those effluent limits are going to be, but if there's information and justification that supports and has evidence that the limits may be modified, then they could be increased.
Well, yeah, I mean, however we do it, if we can get our water clean enough to meet drinking water standards without discharging it, then you really don't have any, you could care less about that. It's only when we dump it back into Magalia, correct?
Correct. Now, I do want to point out the fact of, whether of holding it for a long period of time or discharging more on a daily basis doesn't really matter so much to us. If the final limit is a concentration, it doesn't matter. It's a concentration. Either you're doing it every day or you're doing a large quantity later on, or maybe like one day in a quarter.
So if I can clarify.
Yes, sir.
What you're saying, just to make sure it's clear, it doesn't matter if we discharge 100 gallons or 100,000 gallons. If it's exceeding a limit, that's the problem.
That's the problem. That's
True. But the limits, what you're saying though earlier was that the limits, the final limit, because we'd have to go for a final permit, but based on some separate calculations for seasonal discharge, like you explained, we could have a higher limit that we may be able to achieve.
I can't say that you will have. There's a possibility depending on the information that's provided to us. So if the report of waste discharge indicates that and we review it and it's sound, then yeah, I mean, we're not opposed to we will not ignore that question.
Is the calculation more like the background level in the full body of water as compared to the parts per million that we're putting back in?
Both.
Sure.
Jeremy, I work with oversee our NPDES program. So NPDES effluent limits can change from permit to permit. Anti-backsliding can come into play for an NPDES program where we can't backslide on a permit, we can't relax an effluent limitation unless it meets a certain level of some of the exceptions by law. So one of those exceptions is new data or new information. So the way we calculate effluent limits under a permit is we take your effluent data throughout the permit term. It's in the report of waste discharge that I was talking about. If your effluent data changes, which likely it does, it fluctuates, it goes higher, it goes lower. If that effluent data changes for aluminum and DCBM, it'll change the statistics of the data set, which then in turn can change your effluent limitations. Sometimes it can relax it just slightly. There's a lot of other things that come into play when we do an effluent limit calculation, which is some of these regulatory tools that Doug's talked about, mixing zone and dilution credits, water effect ratios, metal translators. There's a whole box of regulatory tools that dischargers can implement with the help of consulting engineers or whatever. When they submit this report of waste discharge, you can use a regulatory tool in the toolbox and potentially use that information combined with your effluent data to have your limits change. Now, there's limits by law, so we can't backslide or relax effluent limits unless you meet a certain set of criteria. So,
and does what we propose seem to fit that set of new criteria?
Yeah, it would be new data that wasn't provided during the 2010 permit. So the 2010 permit, so let's just take, like Jeremy said, was mixing zones. No data was provided regarding a mixing zone. There was no mixing zone study, so no dilution credits were granted. So therefore, there is no dilution credits available.
Could you explain mixing? Could you explain mixing zone?
A mixing zone is the discharge of the effluent into a water body. Did you want to take this, or you? Is the discharge of the effluent into a water body that there'll be a zone where it mixes with the water, and if there's enough, I don't want to get too detailed. If there's enough mixing, it allows to have different aspects of criteria with regards to acute criteria, chronic criteria, or human health, and these zones can vary. They're a lot more common in a moving water, like streams and rivers, but they have been done in more of a quiescent water, such as lakes. The closest one I can think of right off the top of my head is Lake Almanor. Does have a dilution credit at their municipal wastewater treatment plant.
Can this data be used to amend a current permit, or is it only involved in a new one?
If the new permit would need to be renewed, we're not going to open the current permit because it's already past 5 years. So the permit would be renewed. It would be completely opened and renewed entirely.
Thank you.
Doug, I got a question. If we went to this intermittent discharge that Cliff is talking about here, would we qualify for mass-based limits? Would that be a possibility?
Not currently, to my knowledge. However, I will definitely look into that and get back to you. Please do. That's my understanding is that it wouldn't, but I will definitely look back into that.
CTR, for DCBM,
DCB, yeah, because
we're obligated legally to do concentrated.
Right. CTR is the California Toxics Rule, and there are pretty stringent parameters regarding that.
Okay.
If it was more nutrients and things like that,
yeah,
we
have
a little bit more.
Appreciate it if you would look into it. Thank you.
Mr. Barber, when you were talking about mixing, can we change the point where we pull the samples? Rather than pulling it from the pond, where it's being discharged through a pipe into the little ponds up there, could we pull the sample as the discharge is going into Micalia Reservoir under this mixing thing?
Pull the sample when it's going into the reservoir.
Yeah.
Like within the pipe.
Within the pipe, or at the end of the pipe, or you put it in a little basin, whatever way, but can we test the water there?
The compliance point would need to be looked at a little bit more. It would typically it's right before, it's the last point before it's discharged into. So it's typically, if you have these discharge ponds, it's right before it goes into the pipe, or if there's a sample location in the pipe right before it goes into the water, but not right at the interface of the within the reservoir.
Bill Taylor, when we pull samples up there, I was told we pull them right at the pipe as it discharges into the pond.
We pull the water as it's spilling into the pipe to go down to the reservoir.
It's just leaving the pond.
Yes,
as it's leaving the pond.
It's leaving the pond.
Okay.
The compliance point can be changed. It's defined in the APS permit specifically. but usually we refer to as the last point before, at which waste can be admitted to the outfall. So generally speaking, it's going to be at or in close proximity to the discharge of the surface water. In this case, it sounds like it's at the overflow of your ponds to the discharge point. So likely, are you going to see much more? For instance, DCBM, are you going to see maybe that volatilize a little bit more? Maybe in the next 100 feet or so. Changing compliance point can certainly be considered when we do a renewal of a permit. Absolutely. But as of right now, your permit defines the compliance point as X, and so that's what you're held to.
Right, and another thing is also the sampling locations within your receiving water can be also investigated and potentially changed if there's rationale for it.
And that gets back to the mixing zone, and so we're still sampling at the point of discharge into the body of water, but based on sampling or some type of studies done in the mixing zone area, that's where we would get a little bit more latitude between the final and the interim permit levels.
Yeah, it potentially, if there is rationale and there's justification, and it meets a series of criteria that are in another regulatory body called the State Implementation Policy. It has a much longer name than that. There are a series of criteria. As long as it meets those criteria, it could be somewhere between those two numbers.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you, George and Bill, do we know what he's talking about? These items that we need to look into?
Yes. If you recall, we've reported to you that we sent out a request for proposals for consultants to help us evaluate the receiving waters and get the data they need to write maybe a better permit.
Where are we at on that right now?
It's out in their hands. We've got a deadline for them to return them back to us. That, just so you know, that Jim did a great job putting that together, and he had the regional board staff review it before we sent it out to the consultants. They have it. We've hand-selected consultants that have experience in this regional board and doing this type of work. So this might be a good time if you would like to have a committee work with staff in the review of those before they all come to the board. We can certainly accommodate that if that's a pleasure of the board.
That's something we can talk about. But you are aware then they have communicated with you and we're working towards that, so you're aware of what we're trying to accomplish.
Yes, very much so.
Okay. And based on what you know that we're doing, are we going to have some latitude to go forward on this without running into our already being out of compliance in our permit? I mean, where does that put us?
Where does that put you?
Because I know that the first thing is you're giving us latitude because we were going to eliminate the permit.
Well,
but
yeah.
if we decide that we're not going to, we're going to go for these more lenient limits. Where does that put us on a timeline?
In a timeline, as I stated before, the process, just from the state's perspective, could take upwards of a year. So it may be of benefit, and I don't know if this is outside my jurisdiction as a state. It could be recommended to request for additional time within your compliance schedule.
And we plan on going before the board, but it's a little early. We kind of need to get our game plan laid out so I can present that to that board before we make that request.
Got it.
I got another question, George. If we got our RWOD into you, just submitted to you, would that extend the January 18th deadline? Would it push that out?
No, so the January 18th deadline is based solely on the time schedule order that was adopted in 2015, as I believe, and it wasn't provided a full 5 years. I don't know.
Could you go back to that slide, please?
Yeah, that's a good point. I appreciate that.
The route submittal, Mark. Once the route's submitted, the NPS permit. Say we were right on the 5-year mark.
Jeremy, can you speak to a mic somewhere? We've got a new recording system, and I was told the last time, because I didn't speak to the mic, all they got was garble.
Oh yeah,
you need to speak.
I'll get right in here. I was just clarifying that when the route's submitted, the permit stays administratively extended and in effect until we're able to adopt a new NPDES permit through the board. And like Doug mentioned, it is about a 6 to 12 month process, which when I first got into this, I thought, boy, that's a long time, but you realize it takes that much time. So anyway, to answer your question, the time schedule order right now, those dates are valid.
Okay.
We can work towards potentially giving more time, as Doug kind of outlined for everybody here, that the water code gives us some additional time on DCBM and even more time on aluminum if we can legally defend that.
Mm-hmm.
And also if US EPA can support us in that, because right now by 2018 we're 3 years behind on that permit renewal, and US EPA hasn't really taken too kindly to a permit backlog that Region 5, our region's been dealing with for some time. So those are all things that we have to weigh and consider. Given the specifics of the situation, our program manager at the Central Valley region can consult with US EPA, and we can potentially work that avenue and see what happens, but it's by no means a guarantee.
Well, another thing is this permit really isn't that complex, so maybe you guys might be able to get on it. And
right. It's not right now, but if we go down some of this regulatory road of, say, a mixing zone dilution study, in a lake near a drinking water intake, the SIP has 9 different criteria that Doug was mentioning you have to meet for a mixing zone. It's not to say that it can't be done, but it's going to take some savvy kind of regulatory approach and some savvy consulting to try and figure out an approach that would be legally defensible and something that our board could get behind.
Okay.
So it's not so much that, but the road we might be going down could become quite a bit more complicated when you're looking at mixing dynamics in a lake into a reservoir.
Good point. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
I'm wondering, would it behoove us at this point to put some kind of treatment for DCBM right on that effluent, just to eliminate that part of it, so then we have more time to address what we need to address?
So I can't really provide recommendations on what to do necessarily, because that's not our place to be as provide consulting.
Maybe I can jump in a little bit. One of the concerns is the ponds, and we'll talk about those later, but they can't be left. Not only do they not settle as well as we'd like, they have issues with leaking, etc. So we can't guarantee to them that we are treating everything if we tried to treat the current stream right now, just because of leakage and etc. So while you can put a treatment process on the effluent of the new pond, I don't think we could get their concurrence to do that with our existing ponds.
Well, we can relocate the chlorine injection prior to filtration, which will lower the DCBMs going into the recycle, correct?
It will take time to evaluate to do that properly.
So I'm just wondering if us cleaning up our act will hurt us in your final permit?
Well, I can tell you Bill Taylor's done some jar testing on that and evaluation, and so while there is some benefit, we're not going to get anywhere near compliance with just changing our chlorination. Just so
you mean for the final permit?
Yeah.
For the final.
Or even interim limits.
The current final, probably. So like we said before, is that those limits could be potentially modified. It can't, I should probably word this a little clearer. Based on the current criteria that's out there, I don't believe your limit can get any lower. It's pretty much as stringent as it can get. It's at 0.56 with regards to DCBM.
May I?
I will just bring out too that a dilution credit is a discretionary action by the board, and so you have to kind of meet this BPTC type argument, which is best practicable treatment and control. And so it's a way that the board, as a discretionary act, doesn't just say discharger X. Well, you're discharging at 100 times the level you should. We'll go ahead and give you 100 dilution credit. No, you need to provide best practicable treatment of that discharge that's practicable, so economically feasible. Lots of stuff goes into that, right? But once you can prove or show to the board, the Central Valley Board, that we're doing the best we can to treat this discharge, then that's when the board comes in and says, okay, let's look at a mixing zones dilution study, let's use our discretion, and let's use kind of this interwoven web of regulatory approach to where, okay, we can arrive at a dilution credit where, yeah, you've done your part to treat the discharge, and we'll come alongside and give a little bit of a credit. It's kind of that be married in the middle. So I just want to bring that up, that it's a discretionary act by our board to do the dilution credit in the first place. So that's why it's a sort of a complicated endeavor.
But it is the total mass going into the body of water at the end of the day, right?
Dilution credit's still going to be concentration based.
Sit on the DCBM.
So a mixing zone is a portion of the receiving water in which the regulations say you can exceed the water quality objective. We're giving on the boundary of that mixing zone is where we see dilution finally take effect and say, okay, with such dilution credit X, now we see concentrations of pollutant A at levels at or below the water quality standard. So a mixing zone is essentially this plume, invisible plume in the water body where we're saying, okay, you're exceeding criteria here, and we're allowing for that because you've made it as small as you can, you've treated the discharge as best as you can, you've met criteria 1, 2, whatever. So we're allowing for exceedances of the small portion of water. Outside that boundary, dilution comes into play, you meet.
Right, but in that calculation, do you determine then that because of our best practices, that the total mass that we're putting in on an annual basis based on intermittent discharge is less?
No, mass.
That doesn't. But I thought you said in the iron that did matter, that the total mass.
Okay, so there are some details with regard to certain specific metals, whether they're a CTR criteria, California Toxics Rule, or not. Iron not being one of them can be looked at more of on an average annual basis, within regards to concentration, and not necessarily mass. But we would be looking at the average annual concentrations versus a monthly or max daily.
So then basically you're saying that, setting DCBMs aside for a second, you're saying that we would be able to get a better final effluent level on iron than we would aluminum?
I don't have any data in front of me.
Because I thought when we talked about it before, you said because of the iron already in the soil,
iron is also very abundant.
That correct. we're more limited on that. But
well, I haven't done any of the data analysis in order to support or negate that comment. But we have two very abundant metals, aluminum and iron, and aluminum does have some criteria associated with it. There is a chronic criteria based on the federal EPA with regards to national ambient water quality. There's a chronic criteria. There is a secondary MCL, which is the maximum contaminant level.
Right.
That number is 200 micrograms per liter.
And iron is?
300.
Yeah. Based on recent permits, the current approach on the Central Valley Board has been utilizing the criteria of the 200 micrograms per liter for establishing limits with regards to aluminum, as opposed to the 87, because it's not really representative of Northern California waters. So within our Central Valley Water Board, we're implementing this 200 micrograms per liter for the criteria to establish limits.
Yeah, so we go down this road if you get into the weeds pretty quickly, but
sure.
Depending on what constituent we're talking about, iron, aluminum, there's different water quality standards that exist, right? So MCLs, CTR, whatever, we have a whole host of water quality standards we can assess the discharge against. So without, but these are kind of ideas or I guess concepts that would come into play through the RFP that went out, these regulatory concepts where you're analyzing background concentrations of these constituents. So yeah, you might find you have more assimilative capacity in the reservoir for iron than you do for aluminum. And like Doug was mentioning, the reason I believe the previous board, and I've been here with the regional board for about 4 years, so I don't have a full history, but the NPDES program is a little bit of a moving target. The Clean Water Act's been around for 40 plus years, so it's very well established. But policy and direction, things can shift and change in the way you analyze. And that's why some people want to get out of the NPDES program, because there's emerging contaminants that we don't know about, and there's policy change, and there's things that happen. It's a living, breathing, program, if you will. And so, in that regard, that's why the NPDES program, I think, is sometimes viewed, that along with mandatory minimum penalties and other things, as viewed as a sort of a cumbersome, difficult program in a lot of ways, and why I think for a long time this district was kind of trying to get away from that, because as you kind of probably could tell from Doug and I's responses sometimes, we're a little hesitant to say, yeah, sure, if you go with iron, you're good, because there is so many nuances and stuff. We can give you direction, generally speaking, on what the policy and the regulations say, but beyond that, it can get a little difficult to just kind of conjecture and spitball. So I just wanted to say that without getting too far into the weeds as far as understanding mixing dynamics and background concentrations and assembly capacity and just getting so far out there, that's what we're up against. But these are all on the table, and I think the regulatory tools you have can be looked at closer through this report waste discharge process, and we can at least start entertaining these ideas to figure out if there's alternatives.
Thank you.
I think we still have the same goal to eliminate the permit eventually. I think we were looking more to buy time while we decide what direction we want to go for our recycle project.
Yeah, and the time we have is even if we renewed your permit today, which would be great if we could do it that quickly, you still have a 2-year time frame of DCBM to deal with. So what would happen is the board would rescind your time schedule order, we would reissue an NPS permit with the 2017 year, and we'd give you a new time schedule order that gives you 2 years and change, and then whatever time you have on aluminum. So renewing the permit, not renewing the permit doesn't
change the 2020.
Yeah, the clock is set by regulation and by the water code.
Okay, that's good to know.
George, I got another question. We got a lot of moving parts going on here. If we go out to bid for this mixing study, are you guys open to that? You said that the board has to be open to the dilution credits and the mixing study.
As your case handler, I'm pretty very interested in seeing the evidence and justification for a mixing zone.
Okay, so if we go down that road, we're spending money to do that. You guys are open to reviewing it and possibly granting some dilution credits.
Yeah, I would just reiterate, and I'm not trying to sound like a broken record, but it is a discretionary act. So lots of times districts might request a dilution credit of 50, and we say, well, it's got to be as small as practical. It's not got to meet these conditions. We're willing to give you a 10, and you can. And we look at the regional board is very aware. Our board members are very aware of slapping final limits on a discharger for which they cannot comply. So, being a discretionary act, they can take all those things into consideration, and our board can choose to give a dilution credit upwards of whatever you can justify scientifically. Because it is their discretion.
Okay. So. Fair enough. Thank you.
I'm just throwing out numbers, by the way.
Okay.
Yes.
These are theoretical, fictitious numbers.
George, just wait until he's through. Okay. Did you have anything more, Doug? I have one question for you.
No, I was at the end. I was taking questions. So
this is a political one. We have a new EPA leadership. They immediately moved out of the thing that the farmers had been fighting, the EPA and engineers over water rights and so forth.
Okay.
And they just threw that out, and the farm groups are just shouting hooray. Now, is there anything else? Before we've been told that the EPA may tighten up these regulations and everything. Is it possible that this is purely speculative, that the new administration is going to possibly loosen some of these things?
I can't. I know as much as everyone else here right now. Right now, I know is I still have a job.
I heard at the sewer meeting last night that Trump had eliminated the Clean Water Act.
Not quite.
She was
Believe it or not, somebody said that.
completely misguided.
George, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah, in this study, I just wanted a clarifying question. You talked about mixing zone, and you were struggling with Magalia Reservoir and a mixing zone. My question is, if in our solution we pipe the discharge out of the ponds downstream into Butte Creek, do you see some benefits to that? And in our design, there may be benefits just from pumping costs of being able to do that if we end up having to treat for DCBM.
I want to rephrase that so I understand it. That is to take the pond water out of the pond, the backwash pond water, and have it in an enclosed pipe, and instead of going to the reservoir, going into the creek downstream?
Yes.
That potentially, because it's not as a quiescent water, it's a lot more, it's moving, there's potential that'll have impacts on the mixing zone of benefit.
So that's something we can explore with our consultants.
Consultants have been in touch with me, and So they've been throwing a lot of things, and I've been giving them the exact same responses I've been giving you, which is, you need to do the investigation and tell me. My crystal ball is not as calibrated. I can't make up data. But if the data is there and it supports it, then that's. And then also, as Jeremy said, this is discretionary by the regional board. But it is not an impossible task.
Do we have any more questions by the board?
Well, I'm looking at this timeline, and I don't see, in other words, obviously we didn't submit a final project by January 2016, and we didn't start construction in July 2016.
Correct. So per the TSO, and legally you could be looked at as out of compliance, you are still making forward progress, and I am pleased to see that we have a board that's eager, and I would appreciate it if you guys continue making forward progress. Otherwise, there will be some enforcement that will need to take place.
So it could be that we could, with maybe an extension to 2020, we could actually have our recycle project even almost completed by then. Could be.
I am not designing or overseeing the construction of the project.
But which direction you go, I think.
Well, that brings up a good question. Let's say we do get in construction, like you're saying, and you know how construction delays and.
I'm full aware.
Okay, so then we're in construction, middle of construction, but we exceed that extra 2-year extension we might have. What happens then?
So what happens then is you have gone through the maximum time that the water code allows for extended these limits, which is 10 years and 5-year chunks. Right. So from 2010, May 2010, which is when the interim limits for DCBM and the compliance schedule are put forth, right, and then renewed in 2015.
2020.
There's no more time that can be provided with regards to DCBM that I am aware of. We will look and see, but I do not believe that there is any other regulatory tools in our toolbox to provide additional time.
The mandatory minimum penalties wouldn't be incurred. The water code does allow for compliance project expenditures for small disadvantaged communities in the state, and so there are some options there, but again, there's a host of requirements to meet that. And so the thing to focus on, I think, for this evening and for this meeting is that those are the final deadlines, because it does get a bit murky beyond them. And so for DCBM, I would keep in your head that for DCBM there is time till 2020, and for aluminum you have time until roughly when do we start? Probably you can get 10 years total with aluminum, and that's like
2025.
But DCBM is sort of the larger.
So that's January of 2020, to be clear.
It looks like May of 2020.
Looks like May of 2020.
It's 10 years from the date of the original order.
Okay.
Right. And it's in 5-year increments. The water code allows us to give a 5-year compliance schedule and the water code is very specific, if the discharger is making diligent progress towards coming into compliance and has demonstrated that the time is necessary. And so our attorneys make sure that we make it abundantly clear when we write these orders that we can legally defend that the discharger is making diligent progress and the time is necessary. Otherwise, that you can face scrutiny from people on the other side of the aisle who say, well, they don't really need this time, or this isn't necessary, don't grant them the time. So that's very important too. The second 5 years, especially, the water code is very specific that after public hearing and showing that they're making diligent progress, the water board may extend an additional 5 years at their discretion. So 5 and 5 makes the total of 10 that Doug's talked about.
Right.
Thank you.
So DCBM is the first thing we need to address. That seems to be the one that will get us in trouble the quickest. So we need to look at that first, and then going forward, we need to decide how we're going to comply with the aluminum. And what I think I hear you saying is, as long as we are fruitfully working towards the best possible practice and a solution to this issue, you're going to work with us. up to 2020 on the...
Yeah, up to 2020.
And possibly up to 2025 on the aluminum if that's what it takes.
Right.
But at the end of the day, that's going to be at whatever level we've now agreed upon is going to be our final permit level based on the studies that we've turned into.
And again, we're representing the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Within our program, we could receive a call later this year or next year saying, hey, this permit's been going on for, it should have been renewed in 2015. The EPA could require us to go ahead and renew the permit. So that's another thing that we have, that even though it's not requested by you to renew the permit, we could be requested by the EPA to renew the permit.
And if you had to renew it requested by the EPA, would it be on the final limits or the interim?
It would be the final limits. And then if there's additional time still available, interim limits would be set along with that if there is still time, because there will only be 2 additional years after 2018.
So we could be hanging out there. I mean, we could be even doing our due diligence, paying for our studies, come back to you, and then you say, sorry, the time is up now, and we're going to have to start fining you.
If
the EPA,
let's be positive now.
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, that's something we need to consider if we're talking about eliminating the permit versus.
It would take, like I said before, it would take us at least a year. If the EPA came to us and said, we already have our work plan developed for this fiscal year, and there is no way that it would be turned around even within a year. Should we get the green light right now?
You're not going to just
we
come
have a
out
work
tomorrow
plan,
and say everything's changed
right now, and we have, we have this big storm event that we're working with also.
Okay.
So that's right now. Renewing this permit is not on our work plan.
Okay. One good thing about the government, it doesn't move really fast.
I would just reiterate that regardless of whether the permit is renewed, if the permit's renewed this year, which I'm just being hypothetical,
okay,
these timeframes are still accurate.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter.
Your 10 years of time is still valid. What the permit being renewed could potentially do is what we've been talking about with these regulatory approaches. If you come up with a mixing zone and dilution study proposal, or you come up with other regulatory approaches that could be involved, that's the permit. That's what could change the permit, right? The permit renewal process then could take into account, okay, the discharger is requesting dilution credits, and they have all of this justification and substantiation for doing so. We're going to consider that request as we renew this permit.
Okay.
But the time frames, the drop dead dates, if you will, don't change.
Good, we've heard that for the...
I'd like to close the discussion if we can. And I've been on the board the longest, and we've had presentations in the past where they were going to absolutely close us down, and it didn't happen. They were going to fine us, and the board disallowed the fines. So the thing that they're being so well to help us tonight, where they're trying to say we can discretionary do this and that, they're leveling with us on what we can or can't do and explaining the limits of their own power and discretion with the board, because the board will make the final decision if we get in trouble. So I really appreciate their presentation and what they've said to us tonight. And I'm going to call for a 5-minute break because I've noticed that the toilet's been awfully busy the last 10 minutes. So let's have a 5-minute break. And thank you both, Jeremy.
Thank you very much
for your presentation. Well, it's probably more than 10 minutes, but everybody seemed to want to talk, and the bathroom never quit. So we're ready to go back to work. And George, off we go.
We go.
Next up on the agenda is AECOM is going to provide a presentation to you explaining their project, where they're at, how it works, and answer any questions. We'll get their PowerPoint up, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Excuse me.
While Kevin's getting the presentation up, I'll introduce myself again. I'm Joe Huang. I'm the project manager for AECOM's design project for your recycled processed water project. And I also have here Jeff Thornton, who is the task leader for the environmental portion of that project.
So Jeff will speak a little bit after me on the environmental aspects.
Arrows.
There, okay. All right. So our project, the objective of our project, when we were awarded it back in the end of 2014, was to basically eliminate the need for the plant to discharge the Magalia Reservoir. Eliminate the need to recycle or to discharge the settled water from their clarifiers and their filters themselves. So this was this is the current process flow diagram for the plant. The water comes in from either the bypass from Paradise Lake or Magalia Reservoir, goes into the raw water pump station, goes into their clarifiers and into their filters, the treated water tank, and then out to distribution. Now, whenever they have to wash their clarifiers or their filters, that water goes to the wash water equalization tank, and then up to those sludge ponds that Doug and the guys from the regional board talked about. And the decant from that is discharged back to Magalia Reservoir, and once a year or so, the ponds are mucked out and the solids transported to landfill.
Those filters backwash into the EQ, into the line going back to the EQ tank also?
Excuse me?
The filters also backwash into the line going to the EQ tank, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, it's basically, the process is basically a forward flush to wash the clarifiers and a backwash to wash the filter. So the point, the interception point is pretty much the same.
All right.
Now, our proposed treatment scheme is a little bit more complicated, but I'll attempt to walk you through it. The existing plant is up here at the top. This is just a cutout from our drawing set. So this is the clarifiers, filters, and the treated water tank, and then out to distribution. What we're going to do here is take the wash water from the clarifiers after they're washed, take it to an equalization basin, and then to plate settlers where the decant water and the solids that are in the water are separated. And then the decanted water is then recycled back to the head of the plant. The solids are then taken to some storage and then to centrifuges, or I'm sorry, screw conveyors to dewater it a little bit more to the point where they can be landfilled. And then those decant and the drained water there is then recycled back to the head of the treatment side stream. The filter wash water, because of something we found during the pilot testing for these plate settlers, we found that the filter wash water was really diluting the water a lot, to the fact where it was, quote unquote, too clean to settle out very well. And so with the agreement of the state health department, we were able to just say, well, let's just take the wash water from the filters, take it to an equalization tank, and then recycle it back to the head of the plant. The reason why all these
you mean the filter to waste, not the wash water?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, filter to wastewater. Yes. Yeah. And so the reason why we have all these tanks here, equalization tanks, is from a regulatory standpoint, you're not able to introduce water that is more than 10% of the flow that you're treating. So because these wash processes are sort of like batch processes, a lot of water goes in, so a lot of water has to get stored, and it has to it can only be reintroduced back into the plant stream slowly, less than 10%. And on top of that, there is a treatment goal of turbidity, which is clarity of the water, that is less than 2 turbidity units that we will be monitoring. So currently, this is the layout of the modified plant. So the clarifiers and
I'm sorry, could you go back
sure.
to that page?
Yeah.
Okay, you didn't explain about the bottom, the emergency storage.
Sure. Sure.
So I see you're treating the sludge from the backwash. You're recycling the filter to waste.
Mm-hmm.
It has still a dewatering component off the backwash residual. Dewatering like a belt press.
Yeah, a screw conveyor.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But then I see an emergency storage tank.
Oh yes. I'm
now
sorry.
it's going to the ponds. Are those the existing ponds?
Yes, those are the existing ponds, and that is just intended for a very rare event. In case they've had events in the past where after a wildfire they get a huge spike in turbidity, but their treatment. They're not treating enough water to wash their filters and their clarifiers enough, so they end up having to bring in a lot of water, but they don't have any place to put it. So that is just in that rare event. That's sort of the belt and suspenders.
In that rare event, would that go back to McGilly Reservoir?
Yeah.
Would we then be in violation of the NPDES permit, which we no longer have?
Well, and
I can answer that one. Because Jim's worked this through with the regional board, and he's going to correct me if I say it wrong, but that becomes an emergency discharge because of a very unique event, and so we report it to OES, and it gets dealt with that way. So likely OES may dispatch Fish and Wildlife to come out and make sure everything's fine, similar to the truck going into the lake. And then we may or may not be subject to fines. If it's completely out of our control and it's everything's gone haywire, the likelihood of getting fines pretty small. So that's the process, how that would work in that
What would be
case.
a definition of beyond our control? Because if we're running the plant and our controls or our operation upsets the apple cart, aren't we liable?
Well, This fail-safe's more for outside influences affecting the process, not operator error.
Okay.
There's adequate storage for the operators to get the process back under control and not have to go all the way to this point.
Yeah, I was trying to look at both sides.
Yeah.
On the one angle, if we do have the permit and we can meet the standards, we can discharge when we have to. If we don't have the permit and we accidentally discharge, then we're kind of hanging out there, it sounds like.
So you mentioned a wildfire event. So historically, have we ever had an event like that?
That's more of anticipated. We've had lots of wildfires around. Thankfully, our watershed's not been heavily impacted, but if it was, it's something we need to plan for when you're designing a project like that and anticipate it as much as you can.
Thank you.
so again, here's the proposed site plan. The filters and clarifiers are in the operations building. We'll take that water coming off the washing process back down to where the existing chlorine system was and build new tanks down here, and also a pump station that will take that water and pump it up to the plate settlers here, and that's really the heart of the system. And we have a polymer building here because we found that polymer, during the pilot testing that we performed, that the polymer really helped the settling process. So the decant from that goes into these equalization tanks, where it then is, like I described, brought back into the main raw water line here. The solids settling out of the bottom of the plate settlers flow into these equalization tanks, which then feed the belt the screw presses, and then the screw presses discharge their solids into a roll-off bin that they can take to the landfill. And then right here is also the relocated hypochlorite tanks that they had to install on temporary basis based upon an order from the emergency management folks. So I'll just kind of give you a blow up of each of the individual areas here. Like I said, the wash water flows into these one of two 200,000 gallon tanks. This is where the filtered the wastewater comes, and in some cases it can flow by gravity, but most of the time it'll be pumped up the hill up to the plate settlers, and then this pump station here takes the filtered the wastewater back to the head end of the plant.
You mean the backwash water?
Yeah, filter backwash water. Yes. Here's the plate settlers over here. We have currently are designing 2 with room for a third in case the plant ever expands. The polymer building, and then the 2 residual tanks. We're providing 2 tanks in most of these cases as redundancy, because that was one of the big operational things that they noted to us, was they can't work on their existing tank because they can't take it out of service. And so here's the dewatering building with the screw conveyor. We were installing 1 to begin with room for a second. And then here the water comes down from the plate settlers, or the solids come down from the plate settlers, gets squeezed through the screw press, and then into the bin here. And then just adjacent here is the hypochlorite tanks for disinfection of the main process. And this is all pretty much in the footprint of that big Clendenin clarifier unit that's out there now. So all that's going to get demolished, and that land.
Are those separate polymer tanks for? Are these the same polymers you're talking about for the settling for the clarifiers? Or are these additional?
Those are additional. That's to help the dewatering.
So we're talking about polymers for the clarifiers and polymers again for dewatering?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we're providing provisions for it in case it's needed. So it
just one initially.
Yeah. Right. So currently, the main project, 70%, or the probable construction cost at the 70% design stage is just under $14 million. We have some other items that are somewhat associated with the main project, but are sort of upgrades that the folks at the plant would like to include, and that includes the replacing the existing wash water tank, repainting the raw water tank, providing a water rights discharge into Butte Creek, and some realignment of the finished water piping up to Zone A. This provisional bid item here is in case we run into rock and have to blast. And as usual for a project at the 70% design stage, we've included 20% for contingencies and 10% for general conditions for the contractor and 10% contractor overhead and profit. And those are all industry standard markups at this stage of design. So our remaining scope that we have is to complete the bidding documents, and then in conjunction with that, the completion of the environmental documents for the CEQA process, and then also to support P&ID's funding avenues through SRF or other avenues. And kind of talk about that, I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Jeff Thornton. I'm an environmental planner at AECOM. I'm probably going to push the wrong button. All right. So one thing we've been assisting the irrigation district with is compliance with California Environmental Quality Act, and we've also been helping with support for some of the needs related to getting the SRF funding squared away, which is the loan that you guys have been pursuing. With the SRF funding, there's two concurrent environmental compliance practices that are taking place. One is the SRF receives money from the US EPA, which is tied to the loan, which kicks in the need for SRF to comply with a bunch of federal environmental regulations. And through that process in their loan application, they ask for what's called an environmental package, which includes, they request documentation to help them comply with several federal laws like the Endangered Species Act, the National Historic Preservation Act, several executive orders. They require some information to help them support their compliance with NEPA. So we've been asked to help with some of that, and we've provided a document for support of their Endangered Species Act compliance and their National Historic Preservation Act compliance. And we've been in the process of completing some of the smaller efforts needed to have a complete environmental package to provide to SRF. We've also been assisting the irrigation district and SRF with communication with some of the environmental regulatory agencies such as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the State Historic Preservation Officer, and we've also helped with the consultations with the federally recognized tribes that are interested in projects in this general area. So that's a step that's in process and in progress. For instance, we have a call with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on Monday. Secondly, the irrigation district needs to comply with CEQA. This is a discretionary project, and they need to comply with CEQA before they can approve the project. This is also something that's in progress. We've completed a bunch of the environmental baseline studies. We've done some of the preliminary analyses. With the 70% design drawings that Joe just showed, we'd be able to complete the analysis. Currently, the strategy has been to prepare a mitigated negative declaration with an initial study as the supporting document, which is not an environmental impact report. Mitigated negative declaration basically means that any significant environmental impacts can be mitigated to a threshold below a significant level called a less than significant impact. George had asked that I mention one of the kind of very project-specific mitigation measures that we've been developing currently. It looks like there'll be some very standard types of mitigation measures that typically come up with CEQA, such as wildlife exclusion fencing, things like that. But one of the hillside that's adjacent to the main plant site with the serpentine soil has what's called a sensitive natural community, and also has several rare plants that botanists We'd conducted surveys of that area last summer, and the botanists had found. All of these are protected under CEQA, and any kind of permanent effect to them would need some kind of mitigation to be explored. So working with the staff, we had looked at a couple different areas where mitigation could occur. And one area that was identified is the remaining slope that would not be affected by this project that is still on plant property. I'm going to go back through Joe's slides to kind of show. There we go. How do I get to point? The work that's being planned right here is cutting into this. It would create a cut in the hillside, and some of this area has no rare plants.
There's no serpentine there.
I'm sorry, did you?
No, he gave me a written message and I answered it orally. Sorry.
No.
Didn't mean to interrupt you.
I you had a question.
I'll have some questions for you in a minute.
Well, some of what's being planned here would cut into the hillside, and some of that area has these rare plants and this sensitive natural community. It's called the McNabb. Shoot, I thought I wrote it down.
Cypress.
Yeah, it's where there's McNabb cypress, but there's a longer term for it. That's
what grows underneath them.
Yeah, so it's both the McNabb cypress community, and associated with that community can sometimes be rare plants, and they found some of those rare plants there also. So I will forward to. There's the slide. It comes out better in the less lighting. So this is a preliminary. This is an earlier project footprint that I had on hand, but it shows this area, which is the irrigation district land that includes the McNabb cypress community, and which is the green area is within the footprint of where the slope cut was proposed, and some of the pink area is, and there's a couple other colors, are some of the other rare plants. And so what was being proposed for mitigation, we had developed with staff, was to preserve the rest of the area that had these rare plants and the McNabb cypress community, and that would be a preservation into perpetuity, and as a mitigation to reduce the impact to a less than significant level under CEQA. So it in many ways bind additional work up there without having some kind of additional mitigation if you were to do more work into that slope area. That was about it for process. Yes, question?
Yes. This afternoon I walked that area looking at the map I have on the Serpentine, and it looks like you're going to have to carve out about 6 or 8 feet to get I couldn't find it. The engineer should answer this, I guess. Are you going to cut out a pad for those out of the Serpentine mixed rock? It isn't all Serpentine, some of it is other rock.
Yeah, that's the plan. We worked a lot with Jeff and the folks from the plant to try to come up with the best balance of cutting or minimizing cutting into that slope if we could, and hydraulic grade to put the tanks on and the treatment process on to balance pumping and
okay. My suspicion is if you go down, you'll find more serpentine, at least up toward the new fence in there. In other words, it's almost solid serpentine up there, large rocks of serpentine from previous work being done in there that were dug up. As you go closer to the plant, there's less serpentine involved. It's a mixed with some other material that I can't identify. At any rate, the question I have, and this is one I've asked before, is how are you going to do the actual construction work in here? Because there's regulations from the state of California on how you work with serpentine rock to do construction work. And we have, just above your fence line, we have a highway that runs more and more traffic, it seems like. Today there was a lot of traffic on it, that runs right by there, that's within 200, 300 feet of where you're going to put these tanks. So, and then the main driveway for the employees to drive into the tank daily, at nightfall and so forth, is going to be right next to this construction job. So my question is, how are you going to control the release of serpentine? People should understand serpentine is what kind of...
It's asbestos.
Asbestos.
Yes.
And we've lost one employee in this district to asbestos poisoning and cancer. So how are you going to control the dust and everything else and stay... How much extra cost is it involved in putting it there?
Well, that's involved in that provisional, also involved in that provisional bid item, is to have those types of mitigation measures. It is a level of risk, yes, and we've assumed a certain amount in our cost estimate, but yeah, there's a level of risk in there in what we find. Our geotechnical investigations in that area have been somewhat inconclusive about how much there is there. So,
did you actually put some holes in the ground?
Yeah, I think we have one boring in that area.
Yeah, I looked on the map. You have one boring. It's away from the strongest part of it in your plot that is stronger in serpentine. It's not really into where the serpentine is the thickest. And the other question is not for you, but for your ecologists, is on moving these plants or having of plants, the cross-sects that you have here outside of the work area, there's very little of that isn't in the McNabb cypress. It's really strong and already has existing plant communities there. So I'm wondering how you're going to introduce these rare plants into a community that's quite crowded.
There's what we were preliminarily developing in terms of the mitigation was there's going to be no transplanting or attempts to transplant some of the rare plants that were found in the footprint of where the work would occur.
Okay, how are you going to mitigate it then?
Through the preservation of basically setting aside the remainder of the area. And remember, the boundaries are preliminary. For instance, the yellow boundary that's on the hillside is actually now closer to the rest of the plant site. But the concept was it's dependent on both how rare these plants are, related to how much mitigation would need to occur. The California Native Plant Society and Department of Fish and Game, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, they rate the rarity of rare plants. These plants were not, in the on the scale of the most rare plants in the state, for instance, or even in the area. So they're at kind of at the low end of their rarity, where something like this of just preserving the rest of the area where they occur was going to be adequate for mitigation.
Cliff's question that I interrupted you with was, can we make that into a botanical?
No, that was not my question. Close. So we have an area that's set aside as a botanical garden area on the northwest side of Magalia Reservoir. Mm-hmm. Can some of that area be used to mitigate instead of tying up for perpetuity?
So we had, at staff's request, we had our botanist went and surveyed that area also.
Okay.
One of the plants, it was I believe it was a buckwheat plant that's within the footprint that's being proposed for cutting the slope at the plant site, was not at that large 6-acre
plot.
We could fix that.
We're mixing a little, just to be clear.
Yeah.
So,
am I confusing?
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify because where you're talking is different where he's talking.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I wasn't aware.
So in another section of PID-owned land that is on the west side of McGarry, northwest of McGarry Reservoir,
right. Property
we own, there's a McNabb Cypress community.
Right.
That's what he's referring to, that they went to look. So it was more remote, and we suggested they look there because that would be a much better place to preserve. But it was lacking one of the plants.
It was missing one of the rare plants. Sorry, I didn't realize there was another.
No, I was just looking at if you're going to tie up the property adjacent to the facility that down the road we might wish we hadn't. I was looking at an alternative.
Sure.
George, could you use the map behind you on the wall to show the locations of what we're talking about?
Not quite, because it's in between here and here. So if you look at our aerial survey, which I actually can pull that up. If you just give me 1 second.
Okay. Take your word for it.
You can take my word for it also.
Something that's worth understanding with some of these rare plants is, well, the onus of transplanting, it becomes higher on the district because your transplant, if you know, for instance, the area that George mentions, or this large plot that we also looked at that's adjacent to the reservoir, there was one plant that was missing.
I don't have it.
Okay, well, some rare plants do survive transplanting, and some do not. But the onus on the district of transplanting, you know, you need to set up an irrigation system, you need to have monitoring, and if you don't have success, then you have to redo it again. And apparently some of the rare plants, and you know, there were maybe 6 or 7 that were found, both on the property that's shown in this image, but you know, they also, our botanists went and looked at some of the staging and access areas that are on the other side of Skyway. Some of the, and I can't remember which rare plants do not transplant well and which do, but transplanting is very challenging.
Yeah, it seems if it can be done, it would seem to be preferable because this is already set aside as a botanical garden area.
Sure.
We're obviously not going to build anything on that property, and if we tie up this property down here and then later on we decide we need to add some more infrastructure and we can't because now it's tied up.
Sure.
We're going to wish we had
that wasn't
looked
something that we had
elsewhere.
explored, but it's something that I guess could be explored.
Jeff, what about doing an EIR and because of that concern, considering it significant and unavoidable? Is that an option?
That could be an option. Of doing an environmental impact report, it definitely would increase the time that it would take to have a CEQA doc to be complete with your compliance with CEQA. There's other options that would probably need to be explored through an EIR that would probably be more costly also. Would be things like setting up or buying into a conservation easement or mitigation bank. I believe our botanist did a preliminary look at that. And I believe some of these rare plants were not specifically being preserved somewhere else for the use of, you know, future conservation. So that could be a challenging avenue. There isn't a preserve to sit in somewhere in Butte County with some of these plants. Just you know, that some property owner has set aside waiting for people to buy, you know, pieces of the easement. But an EIR could be explored.
If we did create this area preserve and we end up preserving more than we needed, could we become that environmental bank that someone else could pay us to buy into, or is that difficult
that could be
to achieve?
A possibility. My understanding is a lot of conservation easements, you know, there's some, and maybe Dustin could speak better to this, you know, there's some legally binding components to that. For instance, when I was preparing this, I double-checked with my botanist if I should be calling it a preserve or a conservation easement, and her response was, don't call it a conservation easement. That's typically a third party that manages and runs that, not the project proponent. But the district does have other property with all but one of the rare plants that we had mentioned earlier.
The Butte County Resource Conservation District is warning one of these for the Caltrans. Mm-hmm. Several hundred acres that are grazing land that was set aside for the road when it was changed, going into the overpass and everything. And they were the first ones in the state to do this kind of work. Mm-hmm. So there is an agency within the county that you could refer to on finding land and then keeping it in perpetuity, working with the landowner, and in this case, they're paid a fee by the Caltrans every year, mm-hmm. and they have funds that were set aside by Caltrans for them to maintain that and the expenses involved. Sure. And it's a good piece of land. It's not much worth anything but grazing, but over the creek or over the road, you can see clearly the road, and my concern, of course, is the safety of the people on the road and also in access to our, when you do work here, and I see there's an additional $180,000 or something on it. But if you go across the road, part of that most of that is McNabb, Cypress, and I don't know where the boundaries change, but it's Forest Service land, mm-hmm. and then above it is more PID land. Mm-hmm. So there is more, if you go across the highway, there is more room to put mitigation in if you need it, sure. without having to go outside.
Yeah, so they didn't find that one plant. There was one plant that was only at this location. They had surveyed a lot of the property that's immediately across Skyway.
And this is a buckwheat?
I believe it was a buckwheat. It was found in a small area on this large plot that's is it north of, how would you describe that? It's not on that image.
Northwest of Magalia.
Northwest of Magalia. It was at an elevation that was lower than what staff had wanted us, to consider for mitigation. And if I remember right, it was maybe not enough of it, like the area that was shown to be, that was blooming.
I get information from what's the plant association
the California Native Plant Society?
Yeah, I get their emails and everything, and recently they had one on buckwheat and how to change it. This particular species they thought was extinct, and they found plenty of it a few years later. Mm-hmm. And so my suggestion would be to collect seed. And you can plant seed, and the success rate can be higher than transplanting if you go in, look at the soil, and try to match up with it. And these are all dryland plants. Mm-hmm. Once they're established, you don't have to have an irrigation system.
Yeah. It was just to get, if you were transplanting or starting from seed, was to get it established.
It might turn out to be a bucket.
If I remember right, there were two buckwheat.
Could we use the other area west of Magalia for the cypress preserve and just use that small area where this rare plant is found? Could we split it up for mitigation?
I would have to double check with our botanist about the viability of whether that was splitting it up like that would make sense. It would tie more of irrigation district property to.
I've been asked to close out our discussion and go on with the rest of the meeting.
Sorry.
So that's what we'll do now. And thank you for your time and and hopefully you'll follow up on what you said you would.
Thanks, Jeff.
I got tired of listening to me being a professor, so we'll go on with the meeting. And George is up for the alternate plan, right? Alternate solution?
I'm looking for it. Did you have any more questions for AECOM?
Well, I might have some questions after you give your presentation, but I'm not sure if they would be directed at them or at yours. I'd have to wait and...
Okay.
Like you said, it might be nice for them to be able to head home.
Well,
I'd like to head home too.
Public comment?
Oh, yes, Bob, go ahead, get up to the thing. I'm sorry I left out the public comments in my haste to keep the meeting going.
Bob Dickinson, on the plan that you had up there, showed the engineering aspect, and you had a where it comes in and gets compressed or screwed or how is that what's the lifetime on the components of this this plant, you know, some of this stuff?
Typically we design for a 20-year service life.
Okay, none of this anything we saw here has a lifetime that it's going to need, you know, costly maintenance to the point where it's going to need to be replaced prior to the anticipated 20-year.
No. Not anticipated.
Any other questions from the audience? From anybody? Having none, George, go ahead.
PowerPoint messes with the projector some. I'll be brief so I can answer lots of questions. So, as we've been talking about, we worked, and I'm going to start by thanking Neil Esela for the work and effort he put forward on this. He did a great job and compiled a lot of information in a very short amount of time. But the alternative proposal that we reviewed and analyzed and provided you an early estimate on is shown on the screen here. So one of the things you want to realize is over here next to the treatment plant, we're utilizing the same residual tanks and filter to waste tanks as AECOM designed, and the estimates associated with that. There was a lot of thought and discussion as that was developed, taking into account the geotechnical analysis, etc., that made those concrete tanks the best alternative going forward. We had AECOM look at steel bolted tanks, etc., but because of the geotech work, the excavation that you have to do, and then reconstruction of that fill to the level that those tanks could support it, and then building the tanks, it made sense to just, and for longevity purposes, go with concrete. So we incorporated that into our estimate right there. So similarly, the water that's treated out of the treatment plant, the processed water, enters either the filter to waste or the backwash residual tanks. Filter to waste, just like the other projects, gets pumped directly into the intake of the raw water line, the newly constructed raw water line, which comes down in this area. The difference here where it starts deviating is that water is now pumped up to new constructed ponds. And I'll take an opportunity here while this picture is here to explain that when you look at these estimates, it's apples and oranges. I mean, this is very preliminary, and this map shows how preliminary. There's no survey data up here. So Neil had to do his best estimate when we put together numbers for that area there. But the general thought process is with a much better designed pond, with a better polymer feed system, the ponds are going to be built so that water is delivered into the pond more spread out. The water will flow through the pond more uniformly. There won't be short-circuiting. It will provide capacity in the ponds itself for equalization storage. And so as the water works its way through there, we're expecting better settlement rates of the aluminum. The big problem will be still DCBM, because that's not something that a pond's going to help take care of. The pond, the exiting of the pond will have a floating weir so that we can manage the storage there as well as the effluent water quality. So the treatment plant operators would be monitoring the water coming out of that pond for both turbidity, for mostly turbidity. And as it starts approaching that 2 NTU limit, then you'll reduce the flow rate, which will cause more sedimentation to hopefully get that NTU back down again, and continually go up and down with that process to allow to get the maximum amount of water recycled as possible. In the event you reach maximum storage and you haven't been able to settle it out and you're starting to approach that problem, then we would divert the water to the other pond and start the process all over again and buy us more time for that for those waters to settle out and be able to recycle them. Now, some key components that are going to have to be addressed is different than what we do now. So currently we will operate one pond for a year, and then we switch to the other and let the first pond dry out, and then we muck out the material, dry it a little more, and then we take it to the landfill. If we're trying to recycle as much as we can and get to a point of trying to get out of a permit down the road, we would likely be in a situation where we would take advantage of the summer months and we would actually cycle the ponds, dry one out when everything's more stable, and then probably end up having to bring in, there's 2 options. One is bring in a firm that would actually pump that out and either screw press or belt press it on site with their equipment they bring and then haul it off. So it's an annual service we would have to pay for. The other alternative is to add more construction cost, which this is things that would be evaluated through the process, to where you would muck that out similar to what we're doing now, but put it in a storage drying facility and turn it over and get it to a point by the end of the summer you could haul it off. So those are the 2 things we're thinking of there. We still have the likelihood of running out of space, not getting turbidities low enough to be able to recycle, and have to discharge. So the idea is we're discharging less water, is point 1, while the regulatory agency doesn't see that as a benefit because they don't care whether it's 100 gallons or 100,000 gallons. The benefit to us is the cost of having to get that into compliance. And so you'll see in the estimates the option of airstripping. So our DCBMs are so high, simple aeration is not going to get it to a level that we can release it. Neil and Jim found an outfit that's got this proprietary design. They helped Neil with some sizing and estimates, and they have a process that you run your water through that strips the DCBMs out. And the more you need to strip, the more levels you have to go through to get it to the quality you need. So the less water we have to treat, the cheaper it is. The better we operate the ponds, the less the cost is. And you can see right now, this was before we had that conversation, so because of space and power concerns, etc., we've got that sited down here at the old tank site. So it's gravitating down to that air stripping, and currently it's pumping back up. Well, you heard tonight that we may look at the options of maybe taking that downstream and releasing it downstream. So you'd save some pumping costs there, something that would have to be worked out through the further design process. So it's a little more straightforward approach. There's still some technology involved, but it should be a little more operator friendly. But we're still exposed to NPDES discharge requirements, etc., that we'll have to manage for some time going forward. Another component that you'll see in there is a filter. So one of the things we know as we operate our plant is we're not seeing aluminum in our drinking water. So that tells us that the aluminum that's getting into Magalia could go through a filter of some type, be filtered out, and then discharged to meet the aluminum requirements. That one we have, as you heard, more time to comply, 2025. But still, that's an option. to where we've developed our process, maybe fine-tuned it to the point where we're recycling more and more water, and the discharge permit may continue on. We may have to treat it, but it's a much smaller amount. So that's the essence of our alternative design process. So here's a simple flow chart that shows the raw water coming in the treatment plant just like before. So these BRW tanks will then be pumped up to the ponds. We've got a couple of options of when we would dechlorinate, either at this point or any release. Comes up to the ponds, it decants out. It's either recycled if it meets specs, or it comes to the potential air stripper, potential future filter, and then released to McGilly Reservoir, either pumped up the hill or released downstream. So that's the essence of our components.
A lot less complex.
Could you go back one, please?
Yes.
You said you were going to use the design for the backwash residual reservoir that AECOM provided, which was 2 cells.
Yes.
So would it be possible to still take decant water off that and put it back to the headworks instead of sending everything to the ponds?
I don't think you'd ever get 2 NTU water off of there. The size is too small.
Oh, because they're only 200,000 gallons each?
Yeah. So you would never get an effluent that was less than 2 NTU to be able to go straight to recycle.
What if you made them bigger?
Pardon?
I said, what if you made them bigger? I'm just trying to get the least amount of water to the ponds.
Pump, yeah.
Yeah. And hopefully the least amount of impurity.
Well, that is, kind of the essence. There's a lot of, we gave you numbers, but there's opportunities for value engineering to maybe change those parameters for sure.
We talked about the DCBMs, and that has to do with the chlorination prior to filtration, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we talked about relocating that so that there's less chlorine there. So if we're diligent in that, wouldn't that possibly eliminate the air stripper or the whatever the process is that you're talking about?
Yeah. I'm glad you brought that up. So this is all kind of our multi-pronged approach. So in addition to the receiving water study to try and minimize what we're faced with, the alternative is actually a pilot study of our current treatment plant process to change our chlorination procedure to lessen the headwork chlorination and add some post-chlorination. That, in our opinion, needs to be done through a pilot study. There is a pilot plan available that mimics our treatment plant and allows us to try different polymers through that process, etc.
Okay, so
but let me just finish. So regardless of the results, I don't think it's going to get us to a compliance stage, but every bit you remove before it hits that stripper is the less of a stripper you need to build.
Correct. And then also, what if we did prior oxidation with either ozone or chlorine dioxide, something that wouldn't give you DCBMs? Wouldn't that also alleviate that completely if it was only post-chlorination?
Yes, it would, but it would be potentially...
Why have we not actually talked about, because we're talking about that the big thing, when the guys from Regional Water Quality were here, that's their big thing is the DCBMs. We could completely eliminate those to zero if we didn't chlorinate prior to filtration and backwash, correct?
I believe so.
So shouldn't we be looking at what it would take to either use ozone or chlorine dioxide or another method besides chlorination?
We can certainly investigate that. Our early points that's very expensive.
Excuse me, unless I'm mistaken, Niels, do you want to talk to this?
Well, I don't want to interrupt, but
sure, no, go ahead, Neil.
Please do.
Your question. Even if we post-chlorinate, we're going to have to chlorinate ahead of the treated water storage tank because that's where we get our CT time, where chlorine is effective over backwash our filters out of that clear well, that's chlorinated water. So that water then is going to go into the process, this process.
Yeah.
It's always going to happen.
So we will have some.
How we can avoid that, because we have to chlorinate at that point to get a CT in that reservoir.
So what's our? So you're saying because of our closest customer, we don't have enough residence time of chlorination if we post chlorinate?
Right now, our closest customers are treatment plant operators.
Give them a bottle of water.
That's an option. Yep. It's truly an option.
Don't we get some residual in the 42-inch line?
Yes.
As well.
Yes.
I mean that's a contact chamber unto itself, right?
Yes. It's all part of the process.
So I mean, there's no practical way to affect the CT value with ozonation, because I know you got a CT value with ozone and chlorine dioxide. Chlorine dioxide could be what you chlorinate with without the DCBM issue, because you don't have that with chlorine dioxide, correct? Is that correct, Jim?
I'm not sure. Well, as somewhat of an ozonation expert, because I designed all houses, street plants, ozone, I think you'd be talking about a system that's probably a little more expensive than what we're talking about.
Chlorine dioxide also?
Now, chlorine dioxide, I'm not sure. The thing with ozone is it's got some power costs and some operational complexity with it as well.
Okay. But I think chlorine dioxide, everything I know about it, there isn't the DCBM issue. And it's a viable alternative to the chlorine. And if it would eliminate that completely, then maybe that's something we need to look at.
We can certainly look at it. Yep.
I mean, I can tell you there are Sierra Nevada Brewery, for example, they use chlorine dioxide. It's a well-proven technology. It's used in quite a few places. And it doesn't have the associated carcinogens with it. So that's something to consider.
Any other questions on this?
I've actually got a lot of questions.
I can go into the cost, but...
the cost is one of my questions.
Well,
it looks to me like we're pretty much splitting hairs. The cost to do this is the same as the full-blown recycle system, or am I missing something?
Well, we didn't want to present... We were very careful, and I worked with Neil and agreed and supported his carefulness. We didn't want to come in with a number that was that was going to turn into what we faced here, where we started at $3 million and grew to 15. We're trying to be as realistic with the information we had. So yes, you're right. The cost difference at face value right now looks like it's about a wash. Now, when you start value engineering and putting some effort into that, further development in the pond design, it can go either direction. I mean, it could get more expensive than we presented, but it could get less expensive. It's part of the process that's so difficult to. I mean, it's kind of like you had somebody draw you a set of plans, full set of plans for a house to design, and Dan gave you a cost to build it, and then you flopped out the magazine that's got all these plans and says, well, what about this one? Well, he's going to be in a pickle to say, I can't give you as confident a number on the one out of the magazine as I can as fully developed as a set of plans is. So
it seems to me there's quite a bit more involved in the full recycle system with the clarifiers, the polymer feeds, the presses, the footprint. Tremendous difference in what you're laying out. I'm scratching my head wondering how we arrive at the same cost. I really am. It doesn't seem...
Well, if you dig into the material, and I'm not going to get into a long dissertation on this,
sure,
but a huge part of it is excavation costs, asbestos issues in one of the ponds for sure, lack of knowledge in the other ones of how much excavation and recompaction, et cetera, it's going to take to get that pond built. These basins that we're designing are, concrete with rectangular shapes for the most effective settling we possibly could come up with. Is there less cost? I mean, Neil did look at 3 different alternatives for that pond design, whether we're driving in it or not.
Are we saying that with the full recycle system, we don't have to do any modifications to the ponds?
Correct.
Yeah, they just left them.
We just use them like they are, and everything will be fine.
They're just an emergency.
For emergency.
At that point. They're just only for an emergency.
So,
what do you think the cost is in additional labor, maintenance, and chemistry to run the full recycle system versus your alternative plan?
Well, I think you're going to have more chemical costs and pumping costs, most likely. I have concerns, which I've told this board on multiple occasions, and I've told staff that this was designed with as much SCADA and automation as they possibly could build into it so that we could operate it with the same set of personnel we have. And as the general manager that's here assigning work to people, I am concerned that when the thing gets built and it gets operating, that we're going to be going, we need another body or two.
I share your concern.
yeah, just for the belt press.
There's no way you're going to be maintenance free on just running presses and clarifiers. There's going to be seals and pumps and motors and plumbing and valves. They're all going to require maintenance and repairs. A lot of solids to be hauled off, a lot of polymer adjustments to be made, chemicals to change over, chemical feed pumps to deal with. I deal with them all the time.
You're reading it. You're
they
right.
leak all the time.
Like I've said over and over, you're building a treatment plant next to a treatment plant.
and I share that concern. That's why, even if worst possible scenario, they're the same price. If we can arrive at a comparable result down the road, how much more is it going to cost us to run this recycle system versus the alternative plan? That's something we really need to consider.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely looks less complex to me as well.
But this alternative, George, we would still have an NPDES permit?
We certainly would initially. And the idea is we don't know how well as best as we can design the ponds, we don't know how well they're going to operate. We've got issues with the DCBM study and maybe this chlorination issue. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of things that can help make this work better to where we can handle whatever's left and actually recycle it all and get out of that permit.
And so would you want to include in this project for sure moving the discharge to the creek?
Well, we need some experts to give us input on that because one of the things is whether it's easy to say move the pipe, but if moving the pipe and even if we release it further up the hill requires us to get an Army Corps permit or a stream bed alteration permit, those things all take a lot of time and effort and money that has to be vetted out to figure that out. Because one of the really positives of the current plant AECOM design, no Army Corps, no stream bed alteration. We're completely out of all of those, and those have huge efforts and costs associated with them. So, just food for thought.
Jim, could you speak to the volume of chlorine that is consumed in the chlorination prior to filtration that we're dealing with here?
Our chlorine demand?
Not for post-chlorination, but for the chlorination that becomes part of the DCBM problem.
Well, we've done studies, Bill's done studies.
It's about half of 0.5.
Yeah.
The chlorine demand is currently all water.
Okay, so I'm trying in my mind to picture if we were to look at chlorine dioxide, what size generator that would equate to versus the chlorine that you guys go through daily for pre-chlorination.
I did a quick lookup of the comparable CT values between chlorine and chlorine dioxide. And chlorine dioxide is approximately 5 times the CT that free chlorine is.
Wow.
So you would, for a similar dosage, you need 5 times the contact time.
That doesn't sound right. What's the source of that?
That is the EPA tables.
Really? 5 times the CT value for chlorine dioxide versus, are we talking total chlorine or free available chlorine as a comparison?
Yes.
Which? Total?
He's looking. Free chlorine.
Free.
Yes. So for a
But so to go along with what you're saying, if the suspended solids in the water, if we've got more turbidity because it's prior to filtration, the total chlorine demand is going to be a lot higher with sodium hypochlorite to get a free available break point of chlorine than it would be with the chlorine dioxide, correct? Because you're not talking the same animal there. Chlorine dioxide is not going to get tied up the same way as total and free available with sodium hypochlorite. So you're going to have more chlorine, which means your DCVMs are going to be higher with chlorine than they would be with the chlorine dioxide, correct?
yeah, possibly. I'm not familiar with chlorine dioxide design.
Me either.
They just look back at the tables here for 4-log inactivation of virus for chlorine dioxide. CT value is 33.4. For 4-log inactivation of virus with free chlorine, CT value is 8.
Okay. So what we need to do is determine if we can achieve that CT value with chlorine dioxide, which would eliminate using a chlorine for pre-chlorination, which would eliminate our need for the NPDES permit by 2018 or 2020. And the only thing we'd have to worry about then would be the aluminum. So the NPDES permit would not be such a big hurdle then at that point.
Yeah, it's possible. Something worth looking into.
Yeah.
And
That's
again,
what I see.
I'll keep.
Can we get some other questions from other
George,
directors?
I got a question about your pond proposal. Is there going to be power up at the ponds? In your proposal, in the alternative?
I'm sure.
There probably will have to be power at least to feed for the chemical feed pumps.
Okay. Well, I was just thinking about the air stripper and why you couldn't be up there if you had power up there.
I think it's half the amount of power.
Oh, is it?
Potentially.
Oh, is it?
That's
Okay.
why we.
Oh.
So
It
getting
just
power
didn't make
up there
sense.
for feed pumps is a little different.
It didn't make sense to go downhill, strip it, and then go back uphill. That didn't make any sense to me. But okay. Huh. Thank you.
It's something when you develop the design, it's just our gut tells us it's going to be cheaper to move it down there where the power is and pay the expense of getting the power to the other side.
Yeah.
It's kind of.
Dan, do you have questions?
Polls run on Kudalink. You
Dan
just
has,
put
okay.
another meter transmitter
Service.
Yeah, just run it up a new one. Yeah.
Ann, do you have any questions more?
No, I'm just amazed at the knowledge of these other people.
Yeah, I am too, and that's why I'm being quiet.
Me too.
Because I don't understand most of what you're talking about. Ann?
The only kind of comment I've got is looking at $3 million to construct a, 150 by 150 pond? What's the dimension? I'm guessing.
Do you remember the dimensions of the pond?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. Yeah, it's about approximately double what I would guess it should cost, but I do a lot of concrete work, and that seems incredibly expensive, but I don't know the height. What are they, 6 feet high or something like that? 10.
Oh, 10-foot? Oh, wow.
And we took the concrete numbers per yard, right, off of what AECOM's opinion is.
Mm-hmm.
The $3 million pond is the one that's right in the middle of a serpentine area.
Yeah.
So there's a fair amount of excavation.
Yeah.
There, because you have all the mitigation that was alluded to in the presentation by AECOM.
Yeah.
You have to take that material and you have to bury it.
Handle it, yeah. Mm-hmm. But the dust factor, I've dealt with this significantly in the past. The dust factor, all you just have to do is have somebody there with a garden hose. It can't be dusty. That's all.
Yep.
That's all we've ever had to do with it.
Yeah, I understand that, but this is quite an area, and they talk about sprinklers, the state does, and people being in suits,
right,
like raincoats and respirators while they're doing it.
They love going overboard.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. But anyway, Ann, do you have some questions?
I just want, these ponds can be scraped out?
Probably with a tractor, yeah? No?
As well as...
The pond is in that number that George gave you, is a pond that's non-equipment accessible. So that would be a pond
really?
that you have to vacuum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's where the service would come in.
At the same time. And the other pond is able to be scraped out?
No, they're both designed.
Both exactly the same.
Yeah.
So we
the extra cost is in the excavation of serpentine rock. That's why the.
So we could never do like we're doing now, where we could scrape out the ponds. We have to always have a.
We had options for that, but they're more costly to build.
Really?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Neil, what if?
Got to make the bottom strong enough for equipment.
Neil, what if you added an underdrain? I read the alternative report from Lee and Rowe, and alternative 1 had an underdrain system. Would that be an advantage?
Be a lot more.
One alternative that I compared that has an underdrain.
A lot more expensive. A lot more expensive. Tremendous amount.
The reason being that I believe it was the Lee and Rowe underdrain alternative.
Right.
Had basically a sand bottom.
Yes.
Structure, and then there was a piping network laid out in that. And then underneath all of that was a membrane.
Okay.
Well, unless you have extremely skillful equipment operators,
yeah.
when they get in there,
right,
on that sand, any movement where they're turning, jockeying back and forth to try to get lined up for a new pass, that's churning that sand up, and then if they set their blade a little too deep, they're excavating the plumbing system as well. So in the alternative that I put together, I looked at costs for permeable concrete, and I designed it with a permeable concrete bottom, with a sand layer underneath that, piping in that, and then the membrane. So then you can get in there with equipment, scrape that concrete, and not
right
on the first time that you want to clean it.
Oh, great.
That's the idea.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
So to sum up, the AECOM solution's got some advantages. It's well developed, no discharge. It's been pilot tested. We got a pretty high confidence level that it will work. Disadvantage, obviously, your cost, probably more energy intensive, and like we alluded to, potential concerns with current staffing. On the alternative, you got the advantages of simple operation, less discharge, room for value engineering, and you still have a path to no discharge. It's still something we can achieve down the road if we needed to. Disadvantages is it's not a very, very well developed set of plans, so that means it's more likely for cost increases from what we're guessing, hard to say, and we will have to have a discharge permit, although we're pretty clear we're going to have at least one more anyhow. So as I said in my cover memo, and this tonight wasn't designed for you to make any motions and tell us what to do, because this is a lot to take in, and we certainly understand that. But we are going to have to make some decisions in the not too distant future. So that's going to be deciding whether we proceed with the AECOM design or the alternative. One thing that I probably will put on the agenda for the 15th, so I'd like you to think about it, is AECOM completing the environmental analysis and CEQA process, because they've done all the studies, their people have done all the work, they've gotten it to a point. That work can be taken forward. They've made the contacts with the SRF folks to try and change that midstream. May be problematic, so my recommendation will be that we keep AECOM on the environmental CEQA path. But you can decide that on the 15th.
I'm sorry, George. Would those same reports be required of the alternative plan?
For them to do the environmental analysis on the the alternative plan, which they could do, they have a little more field work to do because especially the pond, North Pond, is an area that they've had their people go out and walk and look for things. Jump in, Jeff, if I'm misguiding it. So there's...
if you're approaching SRF for that, which is has federal ties to it, you need to be revisiting the coastal resource analysis, reopening the consultations with the resource agencies, basically for a very different program for part of the project. So it would set back that schedule.
So what you just said, they already know everything, but if we got to do it all over again, if we go to the alternative plan, then what's the value of what they've done?
They're amending their current analysis rather than, and so you bring someone else on, you would expect it's to a professional level, but okay. I always leave a question of how much is the next person going to be comfortable relying or understanding the issues these folks found.
Maybe Joseph.
But again, we can discuss that.
Maybe you guys could answer this question. If we decide to go with the alternative plan and we have you complete the environmental analysis and the CEQA process, would there be an additional cost over what it would cost us if you continued on with your original recycle plan? Or would it be the same?
And we'll ask.
In other words,
we'll ask him that for the 15th, so you'll have that info. So I don't think he can answer that off the cuff.
Okay.
Can we have the new ad hoc committee that's working on this be involved in have a committee meeting before the 15th with them to go over some of this stuff so that...
Yeah, I can work with that committee if you want.
Yes, because that'll cut down on the time that we're going to spend talking about things, I think, in the board meeting itself. That's the purpose of committees, is to try to get things a little straighter, understandable. If you, sure, as a committee, don't want to do that, that's fine. I'm just suggesting it might be a way of... You three of you are the experts on this stuff, and Dan and I are sitting here going, okay, whatever you say.
No, I appreciate that too, Bill, but this is a pretty darn important decision. Mm-hmm. Probably one of the most important decisions you guys have made in a long time, or we
most expensive decision.
And it's extremely premature for us to try and make a decision on this tonight, obviously. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of stuff that I think all of us learned tonight. And we need to take a real hard look at a bunch of alternatives before it makes sense for us to decide one way or the other. I mean, we've waited this long.
Okay, the board's decision. You do nothing, and it comes back in the 15th. You make a motion to table it. It gets tabled to the next meeting. You make a motion to approve something or disapprove of something. It doesn't sound like anybody wants to make that decision. So do you want to make a motion at all? If you make no motion, it'll come back with George at the 15th.
Yeah.
If you table it, basically the same thing happens. Yeah. So that's the kind of motion, and then we can move on to something.
Make it official. I make a motion we table it until the 15th so we have time to study it more.
We have a second.
I second.
Second. Any more discussion? Any more discussion from the audience?
I have a question on a term, a 30-year note. Mm-hmm. And if I understood that this is designed to go 20 years, why aren't you financing it for the amount of time that it's expected to live?
Well, ultimately the board will make that decision, but I can tell you that if you can find 1.75% money for 30 years...
Well, it should be, it could be even as reasonable as that or less at 20.
Not with SRF. You pick that's the rate, you pick your term. So they can pick a shorter term if you want to reduce the impact of the community. That's why you go for a longer term, because that increase to your rates goes up the shorter you shorten that term.
We could raise water rates and pay it off quicker.
What's the cost there?
Good idea.
Per meter, that the way you're calculating it out?
Right there. So The AECOM project with SRF financing is $4.88 per meter per equivalent meter per month. The alternative stripping was $5.22 and without $4.55.
That's with the loan being granted. These are hard loans to get. So, do you have anything more, Bob?
No.
Okay. Anybody else in the audience have something? All right. Somebody call for the question? Will we vote?
Call the question.
Thank you, Ann. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yes, I'll say yes. Okay, the next thing on the agenda is Lakeridge Park Botanical Garden Report. Cliff and I hiked around the park and Botanical Garden, and he got educated to what we have up there, and we talked somewhat about what we'll hopefully work with the Park Rec District later on in the year, having some meetings for the community about these wetlands, but we have to do that later.
Right away you said I owned it because I said quit cutting down the manzanitas.
Yeah, he was so interested he didn't want to hurt the trees. So.
My wife will slap me around if I cut a live manzanita.
Yeah. Guys. Okay, the next one, we're losing our audience. You guys, thank you for coming and giving your presentations.
Thanks, Jeff.
And thank the staff for helping with the presentations. Next thing is old business. This is Dan and I on the ad hoc meeting procedures, and we got a table last meeting because we didn't have any time left, but you guys said you had some questions on these. What we can do is make a motion to approve this, and in total, if you don't want to do that, we can go through it item by item and then come back and make a motion for approval.
I'd like to go through it item by item.
Okay, let's go. You guys lead on it then. Just go page by page on the stuff that's highlighted or it's been crossed out. The first one's on iPad 31, and this is the health thing that I wanted to strike out.
On page 31. 31.
31.
29.
29 is the first one.
29, did I skip one? Okay.
Oh, yeah, you're right. One word. Yeah.
What word did we draw? Oh, there it is. Should instead of could.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Okay, and seeking clarification for policy-related concern, especially those involving personnel, legal action, and annexation, property acquisition, and development, finances, and programming, said concerns could.
Could.
How do we end up with refer directly to the manager?
There, yeah.
We wanted to strike out should. Just could.
Yeah, leave could. Okay.
So, what is your feeling about that?
Fine.
I'm okay.
I have no problem with it.
You moved to go with it?
Yeah.
All right. We have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. The next one is, this is the one where basically I hate paying in advance, but Kevin will have a comment about this.
Just to keep everything above board. If you guys are going to do it one by one, you're going to have to open up to public comment on every single one.
Okay.
Yeah, we should be able to just go all the way through, and then once we kind of agree on it or whatever, that way we don't have to make motions and amendments and change the amendments to match the other amendments.
Okay, Dan, you've run many meetings, so we'll do it that way. That's a nice compromise. So, what?
I have a question on, input on this one. I just, a concern and then maybe a shout out to staff. If you have let's just use a future PID director that for whatever reason is not paying medical benefits, after a time that could be considered a gift of public funds, or maybe even just a loan of public funds in and of itself can be problematic. The practical concern, in addition to the legal concern, is just this puts staff in a little bit of a difficult position. They don't want to be chasing after directors. George doesn't want to be chasing after directors. They're his boss to collect money. So I don't My problem is not that you want to replace it with something that makes more sense. My concern is more the repeal, and you don't replace it with something. I just think you need some direction to your staff on how to handle that.
Well, I'm kind of curious if the term in advance is actually correct. I mean, don't we all pay premiums at the beginning of a period and then you're covered through that period?
I can cover that. Because of the concerns when this policy was developed, because of the concerns of gift of public funds, directors were required to pay a month in advance because employees are working hours, so they're always working enough that we have their money. So they're not having to write us a check. That's why they're in a different path than a director. A director may not have enough meetings. They may be ill for a few months, whatever the case may be. So this was written out of concern of a gift of public funds or appearing to be that, as well as putting staff in a tough position. Because if this is axed, what do I do if a director goes 6 months without paying? I won't sit here because I'm a professional, but
that's a big leap, 6 months from paying a month in advance. I can understand it being overdue and either the insurance gets canceled or they pay up, but and it doesn't affect me because I don't have the insurance, but I don't understand why you would have to make them pay for it in advance if nobody else is.
The one thing with our restriction on our insurance is we can't cancel employees. We were required to cover all employees based on how our insurance is set up. We have an incentive plan that gives us a 4% discount.
But I thought we addressed that at the last meeting, that we're unique because we can opt out of that plan where employee can't.
So we're working on those answers still.
You can opt out, but we can't opt you out.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
And then could you explain gift of public funds? I don't know that term.
Sure. If the classic example is, using funds to personally benefit, for example. You want to have a retirement party, and you use PID, you maneuver the use of PID resources and PID funds to have that private retirement party. That would be a gift of public funds. PID's funds are dedicated for the public purpose, so it can't be used for a private purpose. So I guess the hypothetical example is, let's say, due to illness, a director falls behind on their medical premiums. Then that director passes away. What are you going to do? You're going to collect against their estate? Maybe there's not an estate there. I'm not advocating that this is the policy you have to have. I just think you need to have something in there so it's not a repeal entirely. Maybe it's a repeal and replace with something that you think makes better sense.
Well, to me it says you trust the employee more than you do me. My opinion.
I can answer one of the reasons this got put in place, and it has nothing to do with any current directors, is because we had a director that was not paying their share, and it put us exactly where what we're discussing, and that's what brought this forward as policy. So while you want us to trust you and your statement that we trust you less than an employee, that's not true. We're just trying to protect the district. That's what rules are for, and this is why it was put in place because of the past director's actions.
Well, can we modify that to say that if a director gets behind at X period of time, he will opt out of the program?
I was just going to use the same language.
Yeah.
Cannot become delinquent more than 2 months, at which place it becomes terminated, or something like that.
What's delinquent?
Has not paid. Yeah, that's right. How much? Okay, then we could put a dollar amount on it, not to exceed $1,200 in 2 months late or something. I don't know.
May I suggest that all policy changes relative to director health care be tabled until the next meeting while we're gathering that information from our insurance.
Yes.
Okay, good idea.
I would suggest that.
I think that's a good suggestion.
Have a
Let's pass on
motion. Have a motion.
I make a motion that we pass on this particular change and table it until the next.
Till further notice.
Well, till the next meeting. You're going to have an answer for us by then. Right?
We're hoping to.
Maybe.
I presented the question to the Aqua JPA.
I move that this
director.
section be tabled until Kevin comes up with the answer to the question.
Yeah, you might have to go to their benefits committee.
Whether or not one board member can have
I'll
coverage
ask
without
about
the other.
policy changes associated with
Okay.
not paying too.
Somebody want to second that?
Second that.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And
Wally, did you want to say something? You were up there standing like you wanted to say something.
I would, but you tabled it.
Okay. So we'll hear from you the next time.
And while we're on this page, could I talk about the waived compensation?
The what?
The waived compensation. While we're on this page, on page 31.
The waived one? So B?
Waived
Waiver compensation.
B, yeah.
B. Oh, okay. We didn't do anything with that. So what would you like to do with it, Ann?
When I joined the board, I too waived compensation, but I got a nice letter from George telling me that Dustin suggested that I at least take $1 a meeting. So this, as it stands, is not true. You can't waive all compensation. You have to have at least $1 a meeting. So could we?
Yeah, it could be a penny,
modify?
at least something.
Oh, well, he gave me $1, so.
Yeah.
What do you want in there, Ann? Make a motion and.
How about $1 a year instead of per meeting?
Could you say
Now you
minimal
just cut my salary,
compensation?
Dan.
How about all waived compensation will go towards a fund for delinquent health premiums?
The water code says that each employee shall receive compensation not to exceed $100.
Right.
So the use of the word shall
Implies
is
compensation.
mandatory. You can go less than 100 down to a penny. $1, I think, is more than reasonable. But I think, we don't want, what I don't want is some kind of claim for whatever reason a director becomes disgruntled, is leaving the board, whatever happens, and they say, you owed me some compensation. So that's what we're trying to avoid.
The reason I said $1 a year is because then it's one check at the end of the year instead of every
Well,
month
this is paid in
something
December.
happened. Oh,
It
it's
is
paid
only one
annually
check.
anyway?
Yeah.
Oh.
It is only one check.
Okay, well, let's have a motion now. We can get this done.
Let's see.
May waive any part of their compensation. Something like along those lines. A director will be compensated of at least 1 penny and not more than legal requirements or something like
How
that.
about any director who waives their right to compensation greater than 1 penny?
We got to have a second
Wait
to
a minute,
something
that
here.
doesn't make sense. Wait a minute.
Not yet. We're still reading it.
Yeah,
We
just
can
a
also
second.
bring this one back to you. If we don't have to wordsmith it right now. We can make a note and
Okay.
bring it back.
Okay, so
Table that one.
number B, waived compensation. We'll come back at the next meeting. Table, okay. The next one is 2.5, I think.
Yeah, page 32.
Huh? 2.3. Oh, okay.
Page 32.
32.
Page 32.
2.5.
2.4 is standards of conduct.
2.5.
I think that's, no, where is it?
It's
No,
2.5.
2.5.
Down at the bottom there, Bill.
Yeah.
Consultants of the district, including the district general counsel, may respond to inquiries of any board member. And it goes on over to the next page. So we just allows a board member to talk to the attorney and so forth.
May I make a comment here as well?
Sure.
I would like you to consider the distinction between legal counsel, access to legal counsel, and access to other consultants. Whether it's me or Emily or some future attorney, they're familiar with this board. they're familiar with, the role of having a discussion with one director, and that one director does not necessarily bind the district. Whereas Mr. Contractor, Mr. Consultant that's not as familiar with the board may perceive that director as having some kind of authority. It could result in some kind of change order or expense to the district or liability there. So I think again, I don't mind free access if that's what you want to council, but consider maybe some kind of policy as to any other consultant, just to protect against those possibilities.
Is this in reference also to if I wanted to seek knowledge on something, I would seek out a consultant on my own, or is this asking information from a consultant who was hired?
The basic rule of a director is you go out on a job site, you cannot tell anybody to move a shovel or tell them to do anything. If somebody gets hurt, you're liable. The district won't protect you. It would be the same thing here. If you went out to a consultant and you made a commitment by the district, you would be the one liable to if there's money involved or anything else. You cannot. We only have power in these meetings. When we leave this meeting, we don't have the power. We can voice our opinion to the public and that sort of thing, but we don't have the power to do anything.
Authority sounds better than power.
Or authority to do anything, yeah.
Yeah. So if that's the case, what are we trying to change here then?
Well, look at what's struck out. A majority of the board authorized a board member at a meeting convened under the Brown Act to connect the district's consultant. The inquiry is initiated with the consent of the district's general manager. Not withholding the foregoing, the district general counsel may respond to inquiries of any board member if the opinion of the general counsel failing to respond would undermine the purpose of the policy, injure or potentially injure the district's or unique circumstances. Basically, what it does is get rid of a director having to ask George to call the attorney. We're the boss here. And if we need information, we should be able to call the attorney if we think it's reliable. We shouldn't abuse it, but if we have something in here, we don't have to call George to get the okay to talk to Dustin. Or if there's another consultant that is involved that you've talked to in a meeting and you want some clarification from him, you're not telling him what to do, you're just gathering information. So
we just felt the verbiage was unnecessary. It just muddies it up to have all of that.
And to Dustin's point, I think when we're talking to consultants, it's usually for clarification or information. I think they would know that one board member has no authority, but we could always preface our conversation. Realize I'm only one person. I'm just I'm not making policy.
I think beyond that, if I may interject, I want to be very careful because while you may want to call a consultant, say the engineer, and ask a question, the way you've changed this, then they can bill us. And so if you want the ability to make that call, the district's policy should be at the consultant's expense. And you can strike the district council part and just focus this on consultants so that they don't come back and use this policy against us.
Keep in mind that if you talk to Dustin and you go on the clock, he's not giving away his time. That's his.
Well, under the policy that's proposed to be struck, I would take everybody's calls. I just wouldn't bill for ones that didn't receive approval. So in practice, I don't think anybody was limited in contacting me. So again, I'm not too concerned about access to me. I think it's fine. I think there's safeguards in place. If a future director told me, Dustin, I want you to write an opinion on X, Y, and Z, I'm going to say, that's going to cost a significant amount. Yeah. We better get board approval for that.
Yeah. My opinion here is that, first of all, we need to not try to jump the chain of command. I know I've spoken about that before. And our job is to sit up here and take information and make intelligent decisions based on the information that we have and ask the appropriate questions and do our research after we ask those questions, come back and make the right decision. But I know that, Dustin, you're a little different in that you are legal counsel, and you have told us that as directors we can ask legal opinions of you as it pertains to us as board members. But I would not call you up and ask you for a legal opinion about something that didn't have to do with us board proper. The same token, I think that if we want to talk to a consultant or any association or organization that we are doing business with or are contracted with or is attempting to do business with us, I think that we need to run that through George, because he runs the show here. He works for us. We're jumping in chain of command, I think, if we go around him and talk to somebody without letting him know that we would like to talk with that individual. Then he may save us all some time by saying, I've already talked to him about that, or it's not appropriate, or, I think that's my job to talk to him, not you. And I think that if we just assume and go around you, then that puts you in a defensive position, or in a position where we now have knowledge that you're not aware of. And
I don't think anybody here would. But
I know, but I don't. I just think that we need to follow a certain procedure for the sake of keeping things organized, and that's just my opinion on it.
See, I'm the guy that this was written for. This is a deal where it was. I can't go back through it because I'll get so damn emotional, raise my voice and stuff. I wanted to clean this up for two things. Chain of command, you just mentioned. Okay. You're in charge of George. George is not in charge of you. This thing basically says George is in charge of you. You have to ask his permission. And that should not be. We're the bosses of George. If a director abuses this, there's no reason we can't have a serious talk in a closed session with him. But I didn't abuse it. This was where we're in some really controversial things, and I asked Dustin for direction, and it was claimed that I ran up thousands of hours by Mr. Hunt, and I hadn't. I was using it to help me. In fact, it helped me to the point where I did not bring up issues that I thought might be brought up to the board about something or other, and Dustin would help me and suggest, wait a minute, Bill, calm down. We need to do it this way or that way and get it done. I haven't. When's the last time I called you? It must be a month ago or more? 2 months? 3 months ago?
It's the Tuesday before the last meeting.
What, no call?
10 days before the last meeting. Okay.
Well, I have no problem with it, Bill. If you feel better about it and Dustin thinks it's legal to strike that, my procedure is going to be to
well, that's up to each of us.
And I think it will be.
That's just.
I think it will be.
I hear what you're saying, Cliff, because like tonight was a good example. We had the AECOM here and the consultants were here, and so we asked the questions here as a board.
Yes.
And if we, I can see this could be a mess if everybody was calling a consultant on their own.
I can't think of any time I called somebody that is a consultant to the district on issues that pertain to the district. I've always put the questions to them here. And the issues have been something I'd want to keep in confidence with the attorney. And if I didn't want to keep them in confidence, I would tell Dustin, you can tell George about the conversation, don't worry about it. You've helped me out. So there was no attempt to use Dustin as what he is, a good attorney, to get good advice on issues that had come up that I didn't know what to do, and I was excited about it, and I got, in most cases, calmed down. Other cases, I changed what I was doing, and some others, I thanked him for saving me a lot of embarrassment, because I would have brought up something actually silly. So
it was just an effort not to hamstring us, is what it was.
Yeah, that's not to hamstring the board. I don't know of any board member it's particularly gone to talk to a consultant. Wally, you want to talk to this?
I had two observations, both of which I think you've touched on. Cost control. The other one essentially related to it is by bringing it up here, you have the opportunity that somebody may already have an answer that you don't have to pay money for. The other point that I want to respond to your notion that Cliff is George's boss. That's not quite accurate. The 5 of you acting collectively are George's boss, but no one of you is George's boss. You guys are all private citizens, just like the rest of us, until you sit down here and you bang the gavel and you take a vote.
Excellent point.
Well, let's not lose sight of the.
Wally, that's exactly what we're talking about.
Yep.
But we don't have to ask George's permission to talk to the attorney. Okay?
I think you should, but
no, that's reversing the order.
Is there a way we might be able to reword this and just change it to some degree? I liked your comment about the consultants, Dustin. I really do.
I would just suggest if you're going to strike the other parts, which are on the next page, just take the whole section out.
I have a suggestion.
That's a good idea.
If you could leave actually 2.5 in there, strike out legal counsel out of there, and put general manager and board of directors shall have unfettered or whatever I can access to district legal counsel on 2.26. Add you guys to the general manager, and then keep it as the consultants. You guys have to go through George for the consultants.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Hey.
Thank you.
You're saying consultants of the district, including the district's general counsel,
No, strike that part
may
out.
respond to inquiries of any board member.
No.
Strike out the council.
Strike out the council and leave it as unchanged. Not with the blue lines. So take out the blue lines.
May not respond.
May not.
And you're going to...
But just take
leave all the rest of the text as it is. Just delete the words.
You're going to get rid of the last paragraph, the notwithstanding.
Oh, yeah, notwithstanding.
We built that in case there was some allegation, it's a very serious allegation that a board member had potentially affecting the general manager. We didn't want the policy to prevent that type of discussion from happening, so that wouldn't apply against other consultants.
Right.
Just add yourself to 2.26.
Right. Okay.
And then to 2.26, add us.
Yep.
The general manager and board members.
Yep.
You like that?
Dustin?
Okay, well, let's have a motion on this.
Good idea, Kevin.
Make a motion, Mark.
I haven't made a motion yet, so I'm not sure if I know how to do it.
Or else you really don't need to. That's what I was saying. We've all agreed. Keep moving. And then we can have one motion to approve all
Everything at the
suggestions
same
as
time?
made. Done.
Or tabled.
Yeah.
Or tabled?
Okay.
Okay. Is that
Thanks.
okay?
Because I think we all agreed to that, so.
Okay.
Yeah, we did.
Okay. Good.
So now we're on 34?
Now to 34.
Boy, this is a big one.
This one I left just the way it was, except the last part.
Okay, 34. Public member is encouraged to focus on their interactions with PID board members and PID staff that make up the committee's membership during scheduled committee meetings. In the interest of efficiency and cost savings, public members are discouraged from such contact outside meetings.
Okay, that one I'm fine with.
A public member shall not direct PID staff or business consultants to perform any work, investigation, studies, or research on behalf of the committee. The public member should make these types of suggestions to a committee whole.
Now that one I would like to leave in. I think that's a good policy.
Yeah, so do I.
Okay, we'll leave that one in. And we'll shave 3 now for 5. PID board member serving on a committee through the PID board member chairperson shall speak for the committee's actions and recommendation, if any, to the entire board of directors.
Can I interrupt for a second?
No. You're not, I haven't called on public input. You just have to wait.
Oops.
Okay. Number 5, PID board members serving on a committee through the PID board member chairperson shall speak for that committee's actions, recommendations, if any, to the entire board of directors.
Okay, so what is wrong with that? That's what we do now. The person who chairs the committee comes back to the board and reports.
In the history, the history to why this was put in is when we have more public members than board members on the recreation and conservation. So this was put in so that if you put something to a vote to that group, the 2 board members could be against it and the rest of the public members for it. And it would appear that the committee was in support. So the reality is the public members are there to support the board members, but ultimately they're the ones that decide what goes forward.
Right.
Yeah,
So I'm for leaving that in.
Okay, on the committees that I serve on and have served on, I've pointed out repeatedly to the public members that we'll take your vote like we get advice from other people concerned. But the board members, and board members have split their votes on the committee. We only report what the board members vote. They're split or they're together on this particular situation. But we don't report the vote of the committee public members. The most recent thing was something to do with the lake. Larry and I disagreed. The committee as a whole voted for the change. We got to the board, old board, we reported the actions of the committee and then I went on to explain why I was standing for what I was, and I won. The board agreed to me, with me, and not with Larry and the public members of the board. I don't want to even bring up the issue involved, but that's a practical use of it. So I look at this and say, by the bylaws in here, if you go to committees and such, it says basically that the committee's power resides with the board members that are on that committee.
Right.
So why have this too? And this is part of our previous board not trusting public members on committees.
So I'm confused now.
Yeah, I know it's confusing, but
I think it's just a procedural thing that we want to follow, and that's why it's here.
Well, it's already in other places in the bylaws.
Where in the bylaws?
I don't know exactly. You'll find it under committees probably.
I can't recall that.
But whatever, if you want to leave it, we'll leave it.
I don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah, me either.
It pretty much says what you just said you
Yeah, what you said you wanted.
Yeah. Okay, number 6. Under no circumstances, public or private, shall a public member of PID committee represent themselves as speaking on the behalf of the committee. This happened when a member of one of the committees submitted a letter to the Post, and he had signed off as a member of a committee on PID. And the board was a little bit upset with him. He's still a public member on a committee, and he understands that he should never do it again. One incident that I know of. And so I'm going, okay, we can leave this thing or we can get rid of it. But if we have another public committee member who does go public, we can say to them, out of the way we run business here, you can't do that. No more than, maybe a board member can represent their opinion about something, but not a public member because they don't have any authority. And that's why that got put in.
So I would leave it there then.
But I would leave it there.
Yeah, just for that reason.
Yeah, because it's what you want to happen.
Right.
Yeah,
the next one is 7. Public members shall not communicate with any media about PID committee business. Public members shall not identify themselves as a PID committee member when sharing their own personal perspective or any issue through any medium, including electronic social medium. This prevents the appearance of speaking as an official capacity of PID.
That one I would toss out.
Okay, thank you. At least we
Anybody
get rid of
else
that
on
one. Okay. Next is page 35.
I agree.
Meeting duration, number C. And regularly scheduled and special meetings shall be scheduled for no more than 3.5 hours duration. The board may extend the meetings by majority vote of the board.
So we're getting rid of that because we don't do that anyway?
We don't do it, and we have...
So our meetings could be 6 hours?
we have...
We actually did. The last meeting was the last time it didn't get voted to extend.
I got to do a funny here now.
Yeah, okay.
Weren't you the one that made us hold fast to that rule and adjourn because we ran out of time?
No, because it was going to be midnight before it's 12:30 when we got out of here. Well, I never thought I'd run a meeting so late. Okay, do you agree with this meeting duration and striking it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can strike it.
Sure.
The next page, page 36, C, agenda items submitted by district staff or public must have the general manager and board president's approval prior to being placed on the agenda. We added that in board's president's approval.
So if I want to put an item on the agenda, I got to get your permission?
Or George's, but then they get together to solidify the agenda.
No, it says the general manager and board president.
That's the reason I said.
This is only for the public.
Excuse me?
The public.
It doesn't say that.
Yeah, it's district staff or public must have the general manager and board president's approval prior to being placed on the agenda. The public may submit a request to the general manager or directly to the board for future agenda items.
District staff.
In the manager's absence,
District staff.
the manager's designated representative may approve the agenda with consent of the board president. It just gets the board president involved in the agenda.
Yeah, that's what it's doing. And
okay.
But so if I was to put an agenda item, then Bill would have to approve it before it would be put on.
Would that be a coordination problem? I mean, do you foresee anything there? I mean, if you can't get a hold of a board member, let's say.
Dustin, could you give some clarification? I thought that as a citizen, I can go to a public meeting and request that an agenda item be put on the agenda and then show up for that meeting. Do they have the right to tell me, no, we don't like your agenda item and we're not going to talk about it?
Depends on which public meeting you're attending. School districts, there's actually a legal obligation.
How about town council or PID?
PID, no. I'm not sure about town council, just because I haven't looked at it. But in PID, there's no legal obligation to accept a member of the public's request for an agenda item. I like the clarification that, because, we had Ken Hunt's request that, again, put staff in a difficult position. How do we say no? We never said no in the past. So I like the process. And remember, we've got the public participation component on every board meeting agenda. So if there's an item of interest to the public, they can bring it to your attention through that. If it's an urgency matter, there's procedures in the Brown Act to add an agenda item under certain circumstances. If it's not an urgency matter, then you as board members can say, yes, Mr. Member of the Public, you've made a good point. I would like to have that added to the agenda.
Isn't George district staff?
Yes.
So he has to ask himself if it's okay.
Yeah, right.
For what it's worth, I was kind of the principal one on that, and the reason for it is partially because of Ken Hunt's thing, but also so that there's coordination between the manager and the president in regards to what's taking place on the agenda. Because just little things like if I know that when I was on the council, if there was a situation where the public was going to be heavily involved, we just automatically move that agenda item up instead of having to have it a pre-done agenda and their item 13B and moving it up. We just put it right up there to begin with, and so you can follow the order of the agenda for the evening. And if the president, whoever that might be, and the manager, whoever that might be, can just coordinate, then things, I think, are good.
I like that change. All right.
Okay.
We're good.
Now we're to Wally. I'm going to call on you when we get done with all of these, and you can comment on whatever one you want to talk about. Page 39.
There's one on 38.
38.
38, okay. Okay, E. Directors shall thoroughly prepare themselves to discuss agenda items at meetings. Information that is requested by individual directors before meetings shall be distributed through the general manager or chief financial officer, and all directors will receive information being distributed. This is already taking place as a matter of business, and this just puts
in writing.
it in writing.
Okay.
Okay. I agree with that.
39.
Now 39, number 6. The second public participation session is open for only new issues and not previously raised in the first public participation. After the meeting, the last meeting, I wouldn't mind leaving this here.
I think
Yeah,
that
the only-
stay.
Don't we have to have that
the only-
anyway by the Brown Act? Don't we? No?
Yeah, and actually, I'm not advocating for this, but you could give one shot right at the beginning of the meeting. Public comment on any agenda item. Get it out of the way, and then you do your business. Some districts do that. Yeah, I'm not advocating for that.
That's what I was just going to say. If you eliminate that and leave it open, then you can play to what the needs are of the public. You're not
Right. You can run it with Robert's Rules of Order.
Right.
I've got about, if anybody's interested, I've got from some books here that I got from.
If you want to go to sleep quick in the evening, you can read that.
We're going to leave it. Well, no, we're going to line it out because what Dan wants. So,
We're going to eliminate it?
It's
Dan
what
wants to keep it.
Just eliminate it, yeah. Because that way it leaves the president the ability to do whichever. See, because you still can open it up again.
You can still open it up
You
if
can
you want
still.
to.
It doesn't preclude it opening up. It just doesn't lock you into it.
Yeah, I get that makes sense if you want more clarification from
Yeah,
somebody.
well, that's what happened at the last meeting. People didn't want to sit down. So anyway,
But I think that additional verbiage in there is worthy because if you're rehashing something again.
Yeah, but you hate to be locked into where the rules say, "Sorry, buddy, you got to sit down."
in the rule,
because there are times that we are the public. I mean, we serve them, and if you want to give them the ability to rise again, then they legally should be able to. Whereas this says you can't. Yeah.
Okay, we agree on that one.
Let me ask Dustin. Dustin, what did you have? You mentioned this. Did you have an opinion on this, or?
I'm sorry, George and I were discussing the policy. Can you restate your question?
on this second public participation.
There's no legal requirement.
Okay.
The one potential issue there is you give a second bite to all the viewpoints you like. You don't ever give a second bite to the viewpoints you don't like, so you kind of have this free speech issue. Right. So you just need to be non-discriminatory kind of in your application.
Okay.
Okay, 4.7, quorum. Action can be taken only by a vote of the majority of the board. 3 directors represent a quorum, conducted business. Action taken in a meeting where only quorum is present, therefore require 3 votes to be affirmative to enact any motion unless a supermajority vote is required by policy or other law. A member abstaining in a vote is considered casting an affirmative for that vote. I don't think so.
That's part of the Brown Act.
So this is actually our attempt at stating the law on this. There are certain circumstances where an abstention is considered an affirmative vote. Yeah. I don't have heartburn if you want to strike it from your policy, and this is a very, very rare event when this happens, and if it happens, we could just deal with it then.
Let's do, because that makes it really confusing. If you abstain, that it means you're in the affirmation? I don't think so.
Yeah.
That's in the Brown Act.
I don't care.
You don't care?
Okay, well, now down in example 1 is if 3 or 5 directors are present in the meeting, quorum exists and business can be conducted. However, if one director abstains on a particular action, the other 2 cast all votes, the motion passes. So that's against what we read up above. It said quorum action, so forth. And this thing turns out that if one voter abstains, actually what should happen is that you don't have a majority and the thing goes forward.
Yeah, so let me give you an example where an abstention is considered a vote for the majority. Let's say you're contemplating a condemnation, initiating a condemnation action. Requires a 4 out of 5 board member vote. One board member's absence, maybe one board member decides to abstain. So there's no way we can get our requisite 4-member vote. Under that circumstance, the abstention, at least in my view, and I think the case law and Attorney General opinions support this, that would be considered a vote for the affirmative. So you have your requisite 4-member vote to move forward with a condemnation action. But again, that's a scenario that...
Why wouldn't it just be tabled until you had a quorum?
That's generally the smarter thing to do.
Your absent director, you may have a vacancy or something like that. You know, there are some districts that deal with condemnation frequently, where this is more
That's where
a bigger
politics
issue.
come in and you vote a guy on the other way, I guess.
Aren't all these, clarifications of policy
of the
for
same.
us so that we know? I mean, I kind of like to keep them in there so I wouldn't have to open up the Brown Act every time and look at it.
We
occurrence
went
of this
through,
is gonna be
I
on.
gave you an opinion. Actually, Georgiana's minutes are really good on this. It was a good summary of the discussion we had when this policy was adopted on when is an abstention considered a vote for whatever the majority is in favor of the motion, when is it not. So,
It was put in policy largely not only for board members, but for the benefit of the public if it comes up. So
they know what's going on.
Yeah, and they're
doesn't have
not
to be
just having to
re-explained all the
rely
time.
on legal counsel. It's been there in place.
Well, it is true that the chance of ever having to implement any of this is extremely rare, and so I guess we could just leave it all and forget it. But
I'd like to leave it.
Okay, we need to vote on this one because we're not piping up.
And again,
need a vote.
Never mind.
Can we have somebody make a motion before we make a vote?
I make a motion that we leave the language in 4.7 as is.
No, that's what
I guess I'll second that.
Pardon?
I did.
Yeah.
Okay, now do you want to go down to these? There's 3 examples here. You want to keep all these examples?
I think that's what, she was including.
Okay.
It would be all of 4.7, I think, is probably.
How many are in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Okay. No, I'll vote no, but the ayes have it. Okay. Well, you abstained, didn't you?
You abstained!
That's a vote for the affirmation. You just...
I voted no on it, too.
Okay.
Okay, now the next one.
So it's leaving.
No, we got it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
40.
Hey, page 39, we start, notwithstanding the foregoing, in the event a director abstains as a result of financial interest under Government Code 87-100, I can't get that. The abstaining director's vote is considered an absent of that director. However, the director's participation is legally required for the action or decision to be made. The director may make or participate in making a decision notwithstanding the director's financial and abstention by the director whose participation is legally required should be considered a vote in favor of the majority, and that's what I struck.
Okay, and I think it's still part of the same thing.
It's still part of 4.7.
4.7, so we left it in.
Which
okay.
All of 39 and the top paragraph of 40 were included in her motion.
Okay.
Right.
Now we're to 4.8.
4.8, presumption of asset. A director who is present at a meeting of the board which action any matter is taken shall be presumed to have assented to the action taken unless his dissent from the voting shall be considered into the minutes of the meeting, or unless shall file his written dissent from voting such actions with the secretary before the adjournment of the meeting. A written dissent shall not apply to a director who voted in favor of such action or abstained from voting.
Okay, I don't understand this, and I don't know why it's in there, so explain.
I think George can help me out here. This is not, to my knowledge at least, a legal requirement. This is just truly a policy matter. Director A is in a restroom and a vote is taken. That his vote is never called on the roll call. Is that this policy kicks in that there's presumed to be assent, unless they specifically say, "Oh, you voted, I was a no." I think is that how you read it, George?
I can't remember.
So do we ever take votes if one of us is in the restroom?
One of Cameron's training sessions when he went to a conference, and I think that's where it came from.
I think
a
we
lot,
could
a lot of
definitely-
times, if that scenario that has happened, the restroom example, we'll ask that director when they come back, "Are you? The motion was taken. Are you a yay or nay?" So
Yeah.
we try to clean it up for you.
But y'all almost forgot me a minute ago. I say strike that.
Me too.
Okay.
And I was still sitting.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'm
Go
good
on to
with
the
that.
I think we all
Strike
agree
that.
with striking 4.8.
Silly. The bathroom ascent.
iPad page 42. The following rules shall be observed before public hearings before the board. Members of the public who desire to speak shall be requested to complete a register. This came out of the 218 hearings. That's where this came from. People shall speak, shall be requested a complete registration card indicating the speaker's name, address, and affiliations to the agenda item or whom he represents. Number 2, the chair shall determine the order which shall speak after reviewing registration cards. Number 4, the speakers shall address their comments to the chair. They shall not debate with other meeting attendants and make personal attacks. Number 5, a predetermined time limit shall be placed on speakers. A speaker cannot combine his time with another speaker. Excuse me, I'm belching. Cannot give his time to Speaker Y, and Speaker Y has double the time. The chair will not recognize redundant speakers' comments. Number 7, the hearing is designed for civil discussion, therefore attendees shall not jeer, cheer, or yell out comments or clap. Number 8, attendants shall not display any disruptive signs or distribute any inappropriate handouts or flyers in the hearing room. That's it.
Okay.
Okay.
My opinion, strike 1 and 2 like you've got. Leave 4, 5, 7, and 8 there because those make sense.
But aren't under the public hearing, isn't the public required to put in address cards?
No.
No,
we
not-
haven't done it yet.
Not
No,
necessarily.
by striking this, you don't necessarily state that you can still have that if you have a particular function like they did at PPAC or something where you want people to do that, you can still do it. It doesn't preclude your ability, it just doesn't demand that we do it.
Okay.
I was thinking of just changing one word and from shall say may. What if you just added may in there? May.
Oh, may request.
Request.
Yeah.
What about that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Speakers should address their comments to the chair and not debate with other
Yeah, those
attendees.
are all, we're for all that.
I agree
We're
with
for all
that,
that. Yeah.
So why strike it? Leave
Well-
it on.
We didn't say
No,
strike.
I was talking about number
The
1
cards.
there.
Yeah.
Now you
Change
want to strike
shall.
1 and 2.
No, 1 and 2 need to be struck.
Okay, then the rest of them, 4, 5, 7, and 8.
Wait a minute.
I just said, just change number 1, change the word shall to may. In
Yeah.
other words, when we have these big public meetings, I think it behooves us to have comment cards.
But you see, Mark, you can do it.
Right.
Yeah,
but I'm
because
just
how many
saying-
people from the public are even going to see this? It's not like we distribute all of the rules
Sure.
before a
Well, they're
function.
I know,
It's
but
on the
it's something.
website.
It's something to follow. I like things.
You like rules. Got
I
it.
like things to read.
Yes, I do.
I think if you feel strongly enough about something and you're professional and you come to the meeting, you're going to get a card and fill it out and turn it in. Nobody's going to say you can't do that.
Correct.
They're going to give you first shot at it because you made the effort.
Yeah.
But I don't think that Wally, for
Require
example,
it.
should have to now fill out a card every
No.
time he wants to get up and talk
That's
about
why I say may.
Yeah,
This
that's what
is
he's saying. He's agreeing with you. He's just saying they may instead of shall. So
Cliff.
it's not required anymore.
This is only for public hearings. This entire section.
Yeah, it's only for
You
public
only
hearings.
have public hearings when you have a CEQA document, a 218 election. So it's fairly narrow. It's not the normal everyday meeting.
Yep.
Got it.
Okay. So we'll put may on 2 instead of shall. Number 1 we strike, or do you want to change some of that?
May on 1.
May on 1.
Yeah,
May on 1?
Yeah.
Instead of shall.
Okay, may.
Thank you,
All right,
Bill.
what's number 2 then?
And then you have to leave it in because then the chair has to determine the order of number 1. And then leave everything else in. So you just changed one word.
So in other words,
Yeah, so leave number 2
Yeah.
alone.
Right.
Don't strike it then.
Right.
because if you make it
And-
may, then he
yeah.
can.
Make
Yeah.
it may 2?
Yeah.
Sure.
No,
No, just leave it.
No, just leave
Shall?
it.
Don't
Yeah.
strike it.
Yeah, leave that.
Okay, how about 4 now?
Leave them all.
Okay.
What about number 4? If we changed chair to board to the board, is that
No,
make-
they're supposed to always
address
direct
the
their
chair.
comment
Okay,
to the chair.
okay. Sorry about that. Okay. I'm learning.
Well, this was fun.
Okay, we've changed one word and
Left the rest.
but that's
Yep.
the last of it.
That's it.
Fantastic.
Okay, Wally, you want to speak to this?
Now you can speak. Only if you have a card.
I'm a little confused about some of this. And part of that is due to the fact that it's 10 o'clock at night. Which makes the point, I think, of the virtue of trying for a 3.5-hour meeting. I personally would leave that in. I think it's a noble goal. There are mechanisms for, altering that as needs be. But I'd sure like to see it remain as a goal.
Mr. President?
Okay, yes, Tanya?
I have page 39, item number 7 and 8. I'd like the board to take a look at it again from a community relations point of view. Let's see, 39. No, I guess it was before that. It was about the public members of committees. Not about what they can do. Okay, it's the one where the public member, where I'll say his name, Ward, is that issue that it was brought up. Number 6 and 7. Thanks, page 34. Yeah, number 6 and 7.
34?
Under no circumstance, public or private, shall a public member of a PID committee represent themselves as speaking on behalf of the committee. We did have that happen, and yes, it only happened once, and number 7 ties into it in the same way. It's a lot easier for us to tell public members of the committees who are not trained like you guys. They don't go through the training. They don't have the background in it. They come in because they like to go to the lake, or they are really strongly believe in conservation or something, but they don't know all the things you guys know. And trusting them to not go out and speak as presenting themselves as PID really can cause a problem for the agency. And while it may not, it only happened once, I think it's better to keep that horse in the barn than to try to close the door after it's already happened. So I would suggest keeping 6 and 7 from a public relations point of view.
We kept 6, but we didn't keep 7.
I would suggest keeping 7 as well, because it's those untrained public members. They have great intentions, but with social media, with everything going on, somebody can present themselves quite easily as, well, PID says this, and who do you know whether or not to believe? And this becomes difficult for the agency when it's got its messaging out there and it's something that is contrary perhaps to that. So I would just ask you to reconsider 6 and 7 to leave those 2 items on.
Yeah.
That's a great point. Thank you.
Yeah, that is a good point. When I was first reading it, I was thinking about more that it restricted them to communicate with each other, but now that I see really it is specifically to the media.
They communicate, they just don't represent themselves as, it doesn't have the idea that they're representing PID in any way. They can say, hey, I'm on that recreation committee, come on and join us, we have great meetings or something like that. Well, what do you think about dogs at the lake? Well, we've been discussing you should come to the meeting, but don't present themselves as possibly sounding as if it's PID's voice.
6 says the same thing, but very briefly.
Yeah, 6 doesn't address, you've addressed in number 7, social media. I just leave them both in there. That's what my recommendation would be.
What's the board's? I'm sorry, do you want to speak to that too?
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Okay. All right.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree with that as well. I think that's...
We're going to reverse ourselves here.
Okay, we'll leave 7. The vote is 3-2, I think. Okay.
I'm Rose Kelly from League of Women Voters of Butte County.
Yes.
A couple of comments
that I'll direct to you, and you can direct it to the appropriate party. But I didn't see anything in there about board members doing ex parte announcements or conflict of interest. My other point is, and I had brought it up privately with Mr. Chair Kellogg, that I think 5 minutes is way too long for somebody to stand up and you have to listen to. 5 people, 5 minutes, pretty soon a half an hour is gone. Most other agencies that we observe have a 3-minute. Yeah. So I'd like you to reconsider that.
Okay, thank you. We are going to have another ad hoc committee meeting to go over other things in the bylaws that we didn't cover tonight.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
With all due respect, you started that committee dealing with Chapter 2, that ad hoc committee, and then it expanded to 4. And now you're talking about another meeting.
Right.
And I'm concerned that we're a little out of order because we have an administration and personnel committee that is a standing committee that's purpose is to address these rules and regulations. So you're kind of sending a mixed message to the public that these ad hoc meetings that don't even have to be noticed are dealing with policy changes versus the committee that PID created for that purpose. Just wanted to highlight
thank
that
you.
point.
The next thing on the agenda is Butte local agency formation.
Wait.
Don't we have to make a motion of on this?
On what?
Well,
the whole thing. I'm sorry.
Can I make a suggestion on that? You've made a lot of changes. I think we've got good notes, but can we put it on consent? Try to make the changes. We'll put it on consent. You give a final look at it. Okay.
I like that.
That sounds good. Okay.
And before we do that, you did make a valid comment there, and I'm wondering why, if you and I are on the administration side of it, why we weren't doing that. These recommending these changes.
Can't answer that. There was an ad hoc committee to address this.
Yeah,
I don't mind.
Knowing that it's
trust me.
I guess where I'm coming from is that I feel I'm the only director who's experienced all these changes before with the old board, and tonight we got rid of quite a few of them that make the district run better. But you guys haven't been here long enough. Dan has served on other boards and so forth, so he has insights. Ann and Mark, no experience there, and basically, Clift, until you got here, you don't have experience.
Well,
so that's why
I don't have any problem making you and Dan those 2 members and taking me off at administration board.
No. It's an ad hoc committee. It'll probably have one more meeting, bring it back to the board, go through this process, and then we're done.
But it sounds like there's not even one more meeting because we've had pretty much agreement on it all. And if they then put it on a consent calendar as per request.
We're not going to talk about anything that was decided tonight.
Correct.
I'll list the new ones to come that are part of the same group, but it's farther on in the manual bylaws. There's no way we could cover in one meeting. We tried, and I didn't expect it to take this much time, but there is some other changes I think we need to talk about as a board. And like tonight, I didn't get everything I wanted, and I don't expect after the end of the next meeting with Dan. But there is things I think we should question in the bylaws and get it, in my opinion, cleaned up. It may turn out that, like tonight, it'll be a mixed bag. You guys will agree with me on some things, not on others, just like you did. Dan had some of the issues in here more so than me, and you either agreed or disagreed. So this is part of the process to me to make the district be more efficient, make rules, and as you go through this, you're learning about these rules and how they affect the operation of the district. So that's what the reason for that.
Maybe though, if your opinion is that because you have the experience and knowledge in it, then maybe I shouldn't have been assigned to that board.
No, that's a permanent committee. You have plenty of other things to do that will come at you. This is only one thing on bylaws, and that's it. And it's not going to, see, we do, I think Dan and I and George participates, we can go through the rest of this, and there's not too many items, and then bring it to the board, you guys decide, and then it's done, and the ad hoc committee goes away.
Yep.
Doesn't have anything else more to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So shall we, I'd like to make a motion then to put these changes on the consent calendar for us to look at next meeting.
A second.
All in favor, say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Mark. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we've got one more thing on the agenda, Butte Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO. And I'll turn that over to George, I think. George, would you handle this LAFCO thing?
Yeah, this is a standard process. So right now they're seeking nominations for the seats that are coming open and the vacancy, I think. Do you remember, Jordana, if this includes the vacancies? Because they dropped because Larry dropped off. Yeah, so yeah. So the purpose of tonight's meeting is if any of you desire to be on the commission, then you should vote or make a motion and vote to nominate whoever would like to serve there. They meet every month.
They meet on the first Thursday of each month.
Yeah.
And the LAFCO is composed of 7 regular commissioners, 2 members from the Butte County Board of Supervisors, 2 members from the city councils, and 2 members who represent special districts, which would be the PID.
I was on it.
And then they have 1 public member. So
Just to be clear, you're a regular enterprise district.
Yeah, it's the first one. I was on LAFCO for a couple of years because in Paradise, the mayor is kind of the person that sits on it, represents the council. And I was on it for a couple of years. I don't care. If we don't propose a name, then they will just fill it from other rank somewhere.
Well, this is going out to all special districts.
Yeah.
So some other district may present a candidate.
The reason it's on the agenda, we have to have an answer by March the 10th. So you can see it written out here. Larry thoroughly enjoyed being on LAFCO and got to travel, and they paid his expenses and everything.
I didn't want to travel. I just stayed at home. So.
Okay, but if any of you have an interest, this is the time to speak up. I do not have any interest in it. I think Cliff doesn't have any interest.
I have no interest.
Don't need another
Art,
meeting.
No, and okay, well, we have nobody from the board that wants to serve. So is that all we needed to do, George?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Now we're down to, I don't believe it, Director's Comments. And what time is it? Jeez.
Time to go home.
Time to go. 10:15.
10, 11. Okay. That's not too bad on time. I appreciate the Women's League lady making those comments. I think that's good. That's part of her job. Try to keep us within the boundaries. Doesn't mean I agree with you, but at any rate. Director's comment, and we'll start with Dan. Each person in turn.
Have none?
Yeah. Me as well.
Just want to thank the public that's still here. Thanks a lot for hanging in there.
Only comment I have to make is that it's good having a team that you can work with and respectfully disagree and still smile. And I think we have some real important things that are going to challenge us here coming up with the decision on the recycle being the primary one. And I challenge all of us to do our homework and be diligent and come up with the right questions to ask so that we make the right decision for ourselves and the public and for our water safety and keep expenses in line. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
I'd like to, it's very refreshing to have such a board. And I'm this idea person. Whatever place I serve, I pop up with these strange ideas, some of which work and some of which don't. And I don't mind getting turned down or being criticized for some of the ideas I had. But I do have 4 Robert's Rules of Order. I need to keep 1. But they're simple books, they're reference books, and I know I'm not doing things exactly to Robert's Rules of Order. But this is what will keep us within time. So if you like to copy, these are all from Doug Flesher's.
I have that one, the first one you held up.
Oh, the Robert's Rule in plain English. Okay.
That one, the brown one. I have that one.
The brown one, okay.
So thank you. I have one.
So if you're interested in one, here it is. You don't read it like a book. You use it for reference. If you're wondering about second questions and how to make motions and second them and amendments to motions and all that, it's all here. And it has a lot of it is things that you would rarely use. But there is good information. So, and you guys have been real good about studying all the information you've been thrown at you. So
don't just offer them up and then try and take them away.
Oh, okay. So at any rate, here they are. I want to hang on to one of them.
I have the other 2. I don't have this one. So.
Oh, okay.
Who is this Robert guy anyway?
I know he makes a lot of rules with it.
Robert was a lieutenant in the engineers that do the work on the all the waterworks and stuff, and he was
Foreign Legion.
No, he was going up and down the Mississippi Valley trying to run
Army Corps of Engineers.
There you go. Thank you. Trying to run meetings with the public, debating, fixing levees, who does what, and so forth. And out of pure frustration, he wrote this thing for he could get his meetings that didn't last all night and have some sort of rules that everybody could guide by. And
speaking of that, pound that gavel. I want to go home.
Yeah. Good night.